قاعدين يصورون لأنه. His Excellency Mr. Jamil bin Mohammed Ali Hmeidan, the Minister of Labor and Social Development, representative of His Royal Highness Prince Khalifa bin Salman Al Khalifa, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain, founding President of Ahliya University and Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Professor Abdullah Al-Hawaj, Professor Allam Ahmed, the President of the World Association for Sustainable Development and Director of Middle Eastern Knowledge Economy Institute, President of Ahliya University, Professor Mansour Al-Ali, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests. Bringing together scholars of different academic the vision of the government, society, and the economy based around three guiding principles: sustainability, fairness, and competitiveness. The objective of this conference is to contribute to Bahrain's Vision 2030 through the sharing of knowledge and the exchange of ideas. Ahliya University would like to take this opportunity to thank all the participants in this conference for their valuable contributions to various spheres of knowledge and also for enriching our understanding about sustainability and growth. And now, we would like to start our conference with verses from the Holy Quran read to us by Sheikh Ibrahim Nasif. Sheikh Ibrahim, please take the floor.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you, Sheikh Ibrahim Nasif. I would like to invite Professor Abdullah Al-Hawaj, the founding president and the chairman of the Board of Trustees of Ahliya University, to give few words on this occasion. Professor Abdullah, please take the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وقل ربي زدني علما. صدق الله العظيم. صاحب السعادة الأخ الفاضل الأستاذ جميل حميدان، مدير العمل، وزير العمل والشؤون الاجتماعية، ممثل راعي المؤتمر، سيدي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خليفة بن سلمان آل خليفة، رئيس الوزراء الموقر حفظه الله ورعاه، صاحب السعادة الأخ الفاضل الأستاذ الدكتور علام أحمد، رئيس المنظمة العالمية للتنمية المستدامة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إنه لمن دواعي فخري واعتزازي أن تنظم الجامعة الأهلية هذا المؤتمر الدولي للتنمية المستدامة برعاية كريمة من لدن سيدي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خليفة بن سلمان آل خليفة، رئيس الوزراء الموقر حفظه الله ورعاه، قائد التنمية المستدامة ومفجر الهمم والطاقات ومحفز الأمم والشعوب والمنارات، فكل الشكر والعرفان لسموه على رعايته لخطوات التنمية الرائدة ولكل الأفكار الجليلة الخلاقة. لقد خطت مملكة البحرين بفضل إيمان قادتها بأن التنمية القائمة على التراكم والتراتب والتتبع الحديث هي صنوان الأمم الراقية، وإنه من دون تنمية مستدامة لا يمكن للدول النامية أن تجد لها طريقاً ممهداً وسط الازدحام المعنون بزيادة الإقبال على ممرات الإقلاع نحو آفاق أكثر إشراقاً وتقدماً. لقد أخذت الجامعة الأهلية على عاتقها منذ انطلاقها في العام 2001 أن تنمية وخدمة المجتمع سيكون دائما جزءا أصيلا من رسالتها، حجر زاوية على مضمار التعاطي مع أدق العلوم المعاصرة وأكثرها إضافة للبشرية والإنسان. لذلك حرصت الجامعة الأهلية بمختلف مكوناتها وهيئاتها الأكاديمية والإدارية والطلابية أن تكون في طليعة الجامعات الناهضة التي تسهم في تأكيد الانطباعات التنويرية عن رسالة التعليم، وفي توطين المأخوذ من الغير لكي يصبح للنكهة الأصيلة ذلك التلاحم والارتباط مع الاجتهادات المعاصرة الوافدة. إن الرئيس القائد بحسه التقدمي الفارق وإيمانه الوطني القويم يحثنا دائما على ربط التنمية بالأمن وعلى التخطيط العميق من أجل الارتقاء بالإنسان والتدوير المبرمج لاستراتيجية النماء بمفهومها الأممي الشامل. وبشخصيتها العربية الخالصة. لذلك حصد سموه الجوائز والتقديرات من مختلف الهيئات والمؤسسات الدولية الفاعلة، وعلى وجه الخصوص في مجال التنمية المستدامة، نظراً لما يقدمه لبلاده وأمته من خطط ناجعة، وما حققه من إنجازات في مجال التوجيه المبرمج لخطط التنمية والوصول بها إلى الثبات والرخاء والاستدامة. إن مؤتمركم الموقر بما يضم من نخب وخبرات وما سيقدمه من أوراق وبحوث ومناقشات إنما يأتي والمنطقة تشهد تحولات تنموية بالغة الأثر في توجيه دفة الحياة إلى أيام أجمل لم نعشها بعد، إلى مفترقات جديدة سيلعب فيها التراكم والبناء على المراحل الدور الأعظم في الارتقاء بالشعوب المحبة للسلام والمتطلعة للازدهار والاستقرار والنماء. شكراً لكل من ساهم في إزكاء روح المبادرات في بلادنا الغالية، على رأسهم راعي الإصلاح ومفجر طاقاته النبيلة عاهل البلاد المفدى حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة، حفظه الله ورعاه، وداعم التنمية المستدامة رئيس الوزراء الموقر صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خليفة بن سلمان آل خليفة، رئيس الوزراء الموقر حفظه الله ورعاه، ومطلق رؤية البحرين 2030 ولي العهد الأمين نائب القائد الأعلى النائب الأول لرئيس مجلس الوزراء صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلمان بن حمد آل خليفة حفظه الله ورعاه، ولكل من ساهم في إطلاق هذا المؤتمر الدولي الهام من موطنه الطبيعي في البحرين. حفظها الله وحماها. إن قامت الساعة وبيد أحدكم فسيلة فإن استطاع إلا أن يقوم حتى يغرسها فليفعل. صدق رسول الله، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Professor Abdullah, for your wonderful welcoming speech. And now I would like to invite Professor Allam Ahmed, the President of the World Association for Sustainable Development and Director of Middle Eastern Knowledge Economy Institute, to give a few words on this occasion. Professor Allam, please take the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله الأمين سعادة السيد جميل بن محمد حميدان وزير العمل والتنمية الاجتماعية حفظه الله ورعاه، نائب رئيس راعي المؤتمر، الأخ سعادة أستاذ دكتور عبد الله يوسف الحواج الرئيس المؤسس ورئيس مجلس الأمناء بالجامعة الأهلية حفظه الله وزاده توفيقا، الإخوة العلماء الذين أموا هذا المؤتمر من كافة أنحاء العالم حفظ الله الجميع وتولاهم برعايته، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. يطيب لي في هذا اليوم الأغر من أيام الله تعالى أن أقف بين يديكم في هذا اللقاء العلمي الكبير الذي يأتي هذا العام بين المنظمة العالمية للتنمية المستدامة بالمملكة المتحدة والجامعة الأهلية بمملكة البحرين تحت شعار التكنولوجيا الرقمية نحو تنمية مستدامة، وهو المؤتمر ال15 والذي يعالج عدة موضوعات تعتبرها من الأهمية بمكان، منها الثورة الرقمية للنظم المعلومات، تأثيراتها، سياسات المدن الذكية، تحسين الأداء في القطاعين العام والخاص. إضافة إلى ذلك تناول المؤتمر وضع استراتيجية نحو معالجة راشدة للغلو والإرهاب والتطرف، وذلك في سبيل استدامة التعايش السلمي بين كافة ألوان المجتمع. ومن الفعل الحسن أن يكون هذا اللقاء لهذا العام في مملكة البحرين التي طالما احتضنت مثل هذه اللقاءات تشجيعاً للعلم والمعرفة ومواكبة للتطور الذي يكتنف العالم. ويتفرد مؤتمرنا هذا إنه يأتي برعاية سامية من لدن صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خليفة بن سلمان أمد الله في عمره وبارك فيه. وليس بالغريب أن نعود دوما لمملكة البحرين والتي باتت تمثل مربدا للعلم والعلماء، وهي حقيقة كما قال الشاعر: دعوني أحيي هنا المربدة، فقد جئت قبل ألبي الندى، وقد جئت بعد أبلي الصدى، بأرض البهائل أرض الندى. وسعادة الشيخ النائب راعي الحفل ما كان لهذا المؤتمر أن يحقق هذا النجاح بأن يسقط جلبة من علماء العالم في كل التخصصات المختلفة، هو الذي لا شك أنه سيخرج بتوصيات ونتائج تساعد في الارتقاء والتطور في كل العالم. لولا الاحتفاء والرعاية والاحتضان والمتابعة التي وجدناها من حكومة مملكة البحرين ممثلة في صاحب السمو الملكي حفظه الله، الأمر الذي ذلل لنا الكثير من الصعاب وجعل لنا البعيد أقرب نوالا. ولا شك أن عالم اليوم عالم لا مجال فيه إلا إلى تنمية والرقي إلا بمعرفة المرتكزات الأساسية التي ترتكز عليها هذه التنمية في كافة جنباتها. وإن كان هنالك ثمة شكر يقدم كذلك فهو للأخت الشقيقة ممثلة في الجامعة الأهلية، ذلك الصرح العلمي العتيق الذي ولد بأسنانه واستطاع في وقت وجيز أن يستقطب نخبة متميزة من أكفاء العلماء فضلا من كافة أنحاء العالم، والتي لولاها من بعد الله تعالى ما كان لهذا اللقاء العلمي أن يخرج بهذا الثوب والحلة الغشيبة. فالله أسأل أن يبارك في جهودها في ظل هذه الدولة الرشيدة الحكيمة. في الختام أجدد الشكر مرة بعد مرة لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خليفة بن سلمان الخليفة رئيس الوزراء الموقر لرعايته الكريمة لهذا المؤتمر. إنها علينا العملية الكبيرة، وشكرا موصولا إلى الجميع. حياكم الله وشكرا لكم والسلام عليكم.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Jamil bin Mohammed Al Hmeidan, representative of His Royal Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Salman Al Khalifa, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain, Professor Abdullah Al Hawaj, Professor Mansour Al Ali, and Professor Abdullah Ahmed Professor Alam Ahmed to please come on stage to present tokens of appreciation to our keynote speakers. Starting with Dr. Petro Dimitro. Miss Samia Milham. Miss Helen Gilman. Professor Ronald McCade. Professor John Adams. Dr. Jamal Hassan. Mr. Fawaz Al-Dakhil. Thank you so much. تسنيم. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay in your places. We will continue the rest of our sessions in a few minutes.
സൗണ്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ വേണ്ട, ബ്രേക്കിന് സമയത്ത്.
the Ambassador of the Republic of Sudan, Mr. Abdulrahman Khalil, Professor Mansour Al-Ali and Professor Allam Ahmed to please come on stage to reward Together Safe team with certificates of appreciation. And now the student Ali will give a brief introduction about the Together Safe team. Just 2 lines.
Okay. So Together Safe is a youthful initiative by Ahliya students, and Together Safe basically it encounters all type of extremism and social exclusion. Thank you.
Some participants were kind enough to bring souvenirs from around the world to present them to Together Safe team. So please come on stage.
طيب السلام عليكم. نحن there are some of our kind participants from all over the world. They have brought some traditional gift from their countries. And since this event is about diversity and embracing others, I ask whoever have brought anything from his or her country to come and present it to this nice group as a meaning of internationalization and embracing each other. And tell them what you have. Can you tell them what you have and where it's from?
السلام عليكم. أنا دكتورة نهلاء خليفة سودانية بس شغالة في المملكة العربية السعودية جدة، فمفروض أجيب حاجة من السودان لكن لأنه أنا جاي من السعودية فجبت حاجة من السعودية.
Hello, I hope you don't mind if I speak in English. I'm Helen Gilman. I'm from Australia, but I live in Italy, so I've bought a small, very special cake from Italy. I think you'll find that it's very similar to Middle Eastern sweets, actually. So there you go.
السلام عليكم. أنا سارة سعد from Sudan. جبت كتاب Handbook of Sudan بيحكي عن كل التاريخ بتاع السودان، الحضارة والثقافة واللغات، ولأي شخص ما مشى السودان يشوف الكتاب ده حيشوفه في محله. تقدير وشكرا لكم.
كلها بنات يعني، وين الأولاد؟
وين الأولاد؟
Can I say something?
Yeah, quickly.
Together Safe is an initiative made by Ahliya students. In this context, I would like to thank Dr. Abdullah Al-Hawaj for his support, Professor Mansour Al-Ali for his support, and all Ahliya team for the support that you provided to us. Inshallah, Together Safe will take Ahliya University to the international level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for Together Safe team and everybody on stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the rest of our sessions. نعم. لا الصوت للأسف. Now I will be calling the first two people chairing the session, and then I will call the first keynote speaker. So before I call the first keynote speaker, we would like to invite Professor Mansour Al-Ali, the President of Ahliya University, and Dr. Joao Silva from the University of Bahrain to please join the stage to chair this session. I would like to invite our first keynote speaker, Dr. Petro Dimitro, Inspector at Joint Inspection Unit, United Nations, to give his talk titled Knowledge Management in the United Nations and the 2030 Agenda, Breaking Down the Silos. Dr. Petro, please take the floor.
Copied. This one, Doctor?
Yes, yes, yeah. It flows.
Yeah, you can use the pointer.
No. I won't follow it. I will have a text. The PowerPoint presentation will go on. So just play it. But it should be the whole screen.
No, you just move it. You come like this.
So it's slideshow now, but I prefer to let it go alone. Yeah.
Oh, I think it is not there in your laptop. It is.
No, but here it's not.
It's not. Time
the display setting. What is it?
No, it is not like that.
Okay.
You just use it.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think before everything, as I assume that no one or very few people in the room have a clue about Joint Inspection Unit, it is my duty to say in few words that the Joint Inspection Unit is an oversight, independent, system-wide body, and when I say system-wide, I say 28 United Nations organizations. My presentation today is based on the recent review conducted by Joint Inspection Unit on knowledge management in the United Nations system. The details about the report will can be seen on the PowerPoint presentation, and as I don't have too much time to present the Joint Inspection Unit, you will find outside a leaflet with the presentation of the Joint Inspection Unit to understand the nature of the work we are doing and the potential of this organization in introducing change in the United Nations. And there is also a summary of the executive summary of the report on knowledge management. But I'm now presenting my proper presentation for today. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is the most ambitious and comprehensive document adopted by the United Nations since the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It was conceived as an unprecedented expression of multilateral, integrative, and transdisciplinary work. A new underlying approach is expected to operate in the implementation of the agenda. While the Millennium Development Goals were a collection of separate objectives, the 2030 Agenda is universal and indivisible. It aims to bring together the three main pillars of the United Nations: peace and security, development, and human rights. It aspires to gather about 65 United Nations entities to move away from fragmentation, duplication, and working in silos. As all member states are committed in implementing the 2030 Agenda, the United Nations system is also expected to fuel more collaborative patterns and synergies at national level. With the bar raised that high, it appears that knowledge can play the role of ultimate federative factor of the 17 goals and 169 targets. Knowledge can be the main connector among the United Nations organs, specialized agencies, funds, and programs, and the multitude of non-state stakeholders. Knowledge is the common denominator of all United Nations mandates and actions, and transcends thematic and geographic borders. More than goods, services, and capital, knowledge is what fuels the dynamics of our globalized and interdependent world. The United Nations system is the generator and disseminator of a special kind of knowledge, one based on values, solidarity, and social justice. It was knowledge about all potentially conflicted spheres of interaction that makes possible cooperation among member states, irrespective of their size and location, in so many areas of high complexity and diversity, from outer space to the high seas, from communications to trade, from health to intellectual property, to name but a few. Knowledge implies lessons learned from the past, but also new ideas and concepts. The United Nations is not just an honest broker and facilitator among donors and recipients of development assistance, nor is it a conveyor belt of financial resources from the developed to the developing world. Rather, as a promoter of development cooperation, the United Nations is a disseminator of knowledge. The institutional knowledge of the United Nations needs to be better valorized. The use of financial resources without value-based knowledge is a waste. Investment in technologies without full consideration of their potential in valorizing knowledge management and human creativity is meaningless. In order to be more than a good concept, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development needs the active mobilization of knowledge generated and shared in the service of global public goods by the United Nations system in a systematic and cooperative way. From this perspective, the role of knowledge management in efficiently and coherently mobilizing the human and intellectual resources of the United Nations in the service of the Agenda for Sustainable Development must not be underestimated. Moreover, knowledge and knowledge management can motivate the United Nations system organizations to break down the silos of work deployed by so many so often. Ladies and gentlemen, these were the assumptions that led the Joint Inspection Unit to conduct the review on knowledge management in the United Nations system. We wanted to convey a number of key messages. I would only like to highlight some of the good intentions borne by this report. One, to increase the awareness of knowledge as an essential and vital resource of the United Nations system. As intangible and difficult to measure as it may be, knowledge should be managed with responsibility in a coherent and a comprehensive way. Why should we always be worrying about the waste of money, but indifferent to the waste of knowledge? Two, to convince managers that the vision of knowledge management is necessary everywhere, irrespective of the size of the organizations and of the specific areas of competence. Knowledge is renewable energy. Like all forms of energy, it should be produced, stored, made accessible, used, and reused at reasonable costs. Haphazard production and wasteful use of knowledge are not efficient and do not increase the competitiveness in delivering global public goods. To put together, the third intention was to put together a sample of good practices and alternative options for knowledge management strategies, as well as a number of conceptual and practical options to build and implement such strategies. The examples provided in the report are not theoretical constructs. They are extracted from the work of pioneering organizations which took the initiative to introduce and test knowledge management in their business model. 4, to stimulate system-wide dynamics. The report does not treat the 28 United Nations organizations on an equal footing. It sheds more light on some front-runners organizations that have done more than the average on knowledge management and whose achievements may be emulated by other organizations. 5, to recommend concrete actions individually and the system-wide level. The 7 formal recommendations and the 7 soft recommendations may be seen as a plan of action at system-wide level. 6, to remind all stakeholders once more on the prevailing role of human resources over the technological enablers in implementing knowledge management. Our choices of knowledge management tools should be not technology-driven. On the contrary, our choices of technology should be knowledge-driven. A survey conducted during the review confirmed that there is a broad popular support for knowledge management among United Nations staff members. The review also showed that there is a middle class of knowledge management brokers of high expertise in all organizations whose intellectual energy should be better valorized. 7, to suggest the role of knowledge as a silo breaker, as an integrative and federating factor in all organizations expected to contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by member states. Beyond rules, regulations, political declarations, and institutional arrangements, knowledge may indeed help make the United Nations organizations act always like a system. 8, to show that knowledge management is not an ephemeral buzzword, but a feasible and realistic policy assumption. Much to our satisfaction, the report has already produced some movement and action in favor of better use of knowledge in the service of the United Nations objectives as an incentive for global partnership. Reflections of new strategies and policies has started in some organizations. A system-wide collaborative platform on Yemen has been reactivated, and the General Assembly adopted a landmark paragraph on knowledge management and in its resolution 71/423. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished professors, dear students, the Joint Inspection Unit report found out that knowledge management remains a challenge for the United Nations system organizations in their attempt to systematically and efficiently develop, organize, share, and integrate knowledge to achieve their cross-cutting goals. Some organizations still seem unable to extract themselves from costly functional silos and instead tolerate expensive duplications and reinventions of the wheel. The proliferation of uncoordinated or difficult to access repository of information has often had a negative impact on staff and decision makers' ability to find relevant contents quickly, as well as on the overall cost of content. Knowledge benefits are both reaching and hard to measure, as some speakers emphasized yesterday. Knowledge management prevents waste of money, time, and resources, but one cannot measure what is prevented. It is difficult to quantify the time spent in or the cost of finding the right information or reproducing the knowledge that already exists, or using obsolete instead of up-to-date information, or investing in technology without assessing its potential to improve the availability and accessibility of knowledge. Overspending money is easily detected, but overspending time is almost neglected. Knowledge management benefits are not achieved directly nor overnight. The prevention of errors and the savings that are often achieved through better use and reuse of existing knowledge are practically invisible in accounting terms. But the risks of not adopting knowledge management strategies are considerable. Duplication of effort and activities by staff working in similar fields, inconsistency in the approaches or understanding of the same policy area, lack of awareness of the whole picture of a particular policy challenge, loss of knowledge and insights when experienced staff leave an organization, insufficient ability to share best practices and innovations, absence of interdepartmental or interagency collaborative work, failure to identify loss of time and resources. The review found that knowledge management would be an important contribution to the implementation of the new holistic and collaborative approach on which the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is based. Indeed, knowledge can break down silos and be the most natural integrative factor system-wide and for all the stakeholders in the implementation of the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, this very conference constitutes a telling expression of a well-meant and reciprocally beneficial collaboration and knowledge sharing, which brought together development theorists and practitioners from governmental agencies, academia, and international organizations. That is a vision that is fully harmonized with the United Nations values and with the global partnership as described in the Sustainable Development Goal number 17. From the perspective of the United Nations, I would like to thank the organizer of this conference, the local government, the Ahliya University and the World Association for Sustainable Development for bringing the issue of sustainable development to such a competent audience and for being involved so deeply in the work of the United Nations as agreed at highest political level. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Petro, for a very interesting speech. As you know, that knowledge management obviously means managing the knowledge of humanity, accumulated knowledge over the years, knowledge in many disciplines. So obviously, I'm sure you have a lot of questions for Dr. Petro. So anybody has any questions? Yes, Professor Amar.
Thank you very much for this presentation. There's no doubt that knowledge and knowledge management has become an important part of the process of development. Now, the United Nations have about 200 countries today, but the fact of the matter remains that these countries are divided between the rich, who are very few, and the poor are the majority. Now, in order to implement knowledge management, you need to have infrastructure. Many of the developing countries may not have the means in order to be able to practice knowledge management. And these developing countries, they need help and assistance, whether it is in terms of knowledge transfer, technology transfer, finance, and what have you. Is the United Nations doing anything in order to put these kind of theoretical ideas in practice to help these developing countries, or just knowledge management for the sake of knowledge management? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Of course, this is a very pertinent question, and I will try to respond it somehow, not entirely. So first of all, it's about the ambit and the scope of the report I did present here in a few sentences. Our report concerned basically knowledge management as practiced by the United Nations organizations, by the system as such, because we found out that, as a matter of fact, despite of the importance of the issue, only a few organizations practice a full-scale knowledge management. They do have a full-scale vision on knowledge management. So that was our first recommendations. I mean, the essence of our recommendations and the scope of our reports. We did just to respond to your question that is related to the overall ambitions of the development agenda. And you are very right in saying that the simple existence and understanding of concept does not help countries to introduce, to implement, and to practice knowledge management. There is a need of infrastructure, etc. But we believe that this is actually a key message that, and the key action that can be taken within the framework of this new Sustainable Development Agenda, because it is a very holistic approach. It concerns everything, and it concerns the participation of all major stakeholders, not only member states, not only the UN family, but also the private sector, but also academia, like most of the participants in the room. So all these means are supposed to work in favor of this complex notion on sustainable development. Of course, as long as at the level of the United Nations Organization there is no, very predominant worry for knowledge management, that would be difficult to be transferred conceptually to the member states. However, I believe that there is at this point in time enough energy, and I would come on what line that I mentioned during my presentation, the fact that for the first time the General Assembly endorsed the importance of knowledge management and called upon all member states and all participating organizations and actors involved in the implementation of the development agenda, knowledge management. So that will come somehow in the whole exercise of implementing this rich universe of sustainable development goals. So to some extent, this is the response to my question, to your question. But there is something that I feel, and it is some way sort of philosophy of the Joint Inspection Unit. We believe that the human resources, the existing human resources across the organization, and I think that is also valid for the member states, are not properly and entirely used. The human creativity can bridge the gap between the needs of development and the existing infrastructure, or at least it is a good and decent wishful thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Petro. Yes, Professor Milham. There's a question. We need the microphone here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Petru, for your excellent presentation. From the World Bank, we totally echo all the findings of your research. And a very practical suggestion where I'd like your thoughts is all the member states are now having to come up with the SDG measurements, and data is often missing, very, very often missing. And what I'm thinking is, how about in terms of your unit and the different member state and the sister organization, try to come up with sort of country-based partnerships for the SDGs to create a culture of data and maintenance and, of course, following up until 2030. That would be a good concrete point to start, and you'll find many champions at the country level, whether it's universities like Ahliya or private sector who's looking for this data or other stakeholders. So I just want to have your thoughts on this idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is now admitted that apart from the, the proper substance of Sustainable Development Agenda, which is the implementation of the 17 goals, the handling of the information and data necessary to set up the indicators and to follow the indicators is a huge work and a huge challenge. It is obvious that for many countries, this is already a very inhibiting factor in considering, they might consider policies to implement some of the goals, depending on the needs of the countries, depending on the existing resources, depending on the international cooperation that they might trigger, depending also on the involvement of the private sector. But in terms of reporting, yes, indeed, the member states do really need a technical support for handling this huge amount of information that is necessary to build up the indicators and to follow the measure in which the member states can implement these indicators. So probably at this point in time, this is caring for all actors involved in the implementation of the agenda. But as you said, I think with more attention paid to the potential contribution of other stakeholders like the private sector, like academia, the research done by the universities, the richness of data available in the hands of the private sector, this issue of indicator can also be overpassed. But it is obvious that this is a considerable challenge. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. There's room for one more question, last question. Anybody? Well, I'll just ask a very small technical question. With regards to the audience, how can small organizations or universities benefit from this knowledge? What do they have to do to get some knowledge or data or information for their own organization or benefit to feed their future thinking? What would Ahliya, for example, how would we benefit from this knowledge and knowledge-based systems and knowledge management system?
Thank you very much for the question. To be, very selfish and narrow-minded, my first answer to your question will be to check and see our report, because basically we already indicate a number of excellent practices in some. And I'll give you a few examples. For instance, on the issue of climate change, we identify a very good practice, a platform that was created by non-governmental, non-UN entities, but which contains everything that is relevant in terms of climate change, including research from academia, including good practices by the private sector, including initiatives and work done by governments in various parts of the world. So this is one example. Another example is for countries that are, for instance, interested in desertification. We identify a knowledge platform that brings together almost everything that is relevant to the issue, from job seeking to access to major studies. But these are just a few examples. I would also mention what I mentioned in my presentation, the existence of the system-wide collaborative platforms on Yammer, which means that really this is a place, is emerging, but it was very much reactivated last year when we started the report. One could find responses to many specific questions, because basically you have there all the representative of the United Nations organizations, representative of international financial institutions, of academia, NGOs, and even individual researcher of some topics. So basically, it's a place where one could ask questions, and by the impact and by the existing network, they might have answers to their specific questions.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking Dr. Petro for his wonderful speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pedro. And now we would like to invite Ms. Helen Gilman, Senior Knowledge Management Specialist in the Global Engagement, Knowledge and Strategy Division at the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, to give her talk titled Challenges in Measuring Knowledge Management Results and Impact, IFAD's Experience. Ms. Helen, please take the floor.
morning, everybody. This is right. Okay. Thank you very much, Alam, for inviting me to speak at the conference. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you to the country for such incredible hospitality. That's right. Okay. The topic of my presentation today, as was just said, is challenges in measuring knowledge management results and impact, EFAD's experience. EFAD is my organisation. I'm going to take a quite broad approach to discussing this topic because I believe that it's relevant to understand something about my organisation, our KM trajectory, what we've learned along the way, and how this influences our thinking on measurement of KM results and impact. After giving a brief overview of what, sorry, I should go on to the next, yes, of what EFAD does and why knowledge is so crucial to our work, and I will talk about the role of KM in EFAD and how it's being mainstreamed into our way of working. In order to illustrate this, I'll discuss a 3-year action learning initiative with, on KM with EFAD-funded projects in Eastern and Southern Africa, from which we've drawn some really in-depth lessons on how to improve large development programs through a systemic learning approach. This is the subject of a paper that's just been published this month in the peer-reviewed Knowledge Management for Development journal, and I'd like to acknowledge my co-author Jürgen Hagmann, the team leader of PICO team, on that. Finally, I'll discuss some of the challenges inherent in monitoring performance and impact of KM, how we're trying to address them in EFAD, and why it is so important to be able to demonstrate KM impacts despite the difficulties. So, just very briefly, what is EFAD? EFAD is the International Fund for Agricultural Development. It's a specialised UN agency, an international financial institution that provides financing in the form of highly concessional loans to developing country governments for rural development projects. Fundamentally, we focus on improving the food security and nutrition of poor rural people, increasing their incomes and their resilience. Knowledge is crucial to our work. We draw lessons from experience in project implementation, from our partners, from our global policy engagement, including our interactions in major global policy fora. We draw evidence-based knowledge from impact assessments and research. Our goal to scale up successes for expanded and sustainable impact depends on our capacity to be innovative, to learn from experience, and to share and apply that learning. IFAD has a solid history of knowledge management initiatives and an understanding that knowledge from development practice, our own and others, is crucial to achieving our goals. Experience-based knowledge is a comparative advantage for us. It's embedded in our operations, our policies, strategies, workflow, and in the competencies of our staff and partners fundamentally. Our strategic framework puts knowledge at the heart of our work, identifying knowledge building, dissemination, and policy engagement as one of the 4 key pillars of our results delivery. It states a clear purpose for knowledge management, which is very important in any organisation. It must support our efforts to identify, develop, and promote successful and innovative approaches and interventions that have demonstrated potential to be scaled up. We've made notable progress in recent years in improving our capacity for knowledge generation and management. And in fact, this year, aspects of our KM work were recognised as good practice in the UN Joint Inspection Unit's study on UN in the UN KM in the UN system. The report cites our KM strategy, 2007 KM strategy, as one of the most comprehensive and sustainable approaches to KM in the UN system. It also notes that the indicators in our existing KM results framework, which was developed in 2014 and we're now updating, represented the most advanced use of KM indicators across the system. I'd just like to mention a few points on why, oh, sorry. Yeah. why our KM strategy was good practice. Because good strategic guidance from the beginning will eventually help you to be able to figure out the right indicators that you need in order to be able to measure performance. The strategy was developed based on a needs assessment, and it included an inventory of existing knowledge assets so people in the organisation could recognise them. It was linked to IFAD's overall objectives. It was broad and flexible, and provided the space to experiment and learn that people needed in order to be able to actually implement the strategy. One example of this sort of this flexibility in enabling initiatives to emerge was the Action Learning Initiative in Eastern and Southern Africa that I'll speak about in a moment. In effect, the flexible nature of the strategy led to what I call 1,000 flowers bloom approach, which meant there was a lot of diversity in what we did, which was not necessarily a bad thing. The flexibility meant people didn't feel pressured. They tried things out, learned from experience and adapted. It helped to establish very solid foundations for KM in IFAD, although there were still many challenges. One particular related to that 1,000 flowers bloom approach. Successes were often driven by committed individuals and so were not always linked into an overall coherent institutional approach, which could make them fragile if circumstances or priorities changed. To remedy this, in 2014 we introduced a KM framework and an action plan in 2016 to give KM a more coherent corporate structure with clear outputs and outcomes. As I will outline a little bit later in this presentation, both form a very solid basis for the more integrated approach we're now developing to monitoring KM performance and impact. I'd now like to talk just briefly about some of the lessons we learned from the KM Action Learning Initiative with IFAD-funded rural development projects in Eastern and Southern Africa. The initiative ran from 2009 to 2012, and was prompted by the need to improve IFAD's capacity to learn from project implementation. We had a broad and ambitious agenda. The starting hypothesis was that projects could only be vehicles for learning, which is how we were describing them at the time, when they embraced an adaptive management approach founded on continuous learning for improved performance. Our approach was a dynamic, adaptive process of action research on the operational systems of projects, combining face-to-face interaction with concrete action in daily practice. As I mentioned earlier, we worked with PICO team and used their systemic competence development approach, whereby participants acquired the skills, understanding and attitudes required to improve their own performance. Over 3 years, we worked with more than 125 project staff from 32 projects in the region in 12 countries. One of the, apart from a number of significant lessons of general relevance, and I'll mention a few in a moment, one of the main outputs of the process was a model for an integrated KM system. You can't really see it very well, but it doesn't matter. The main thing to understand is that the model grew out of the concrete experiences and understanding of KM by project staff, of the relevance in their day-to-day work in project implementation. It has 5 interconnected functions: information management, monitoring and evaluation, communication, and experimentation and innovation, which together support learning and adaptation, rapid learning and adaptation, which in effect is the project management approach. The systems driver is motivation to change and improve. There was also another output, basically a practical guide to putting KM into action. If there are any KM practitioners in the room, they will recognise many of the elements if they could read it, but I won't go into that. I'm happy to share a link to these models and frameworks if anyone is interested. So, some of the key lessons that we drew from the initiative were KM needs a clear purpose. aligned to organised strategies and goals. I think my colleague here at the front, it was something about this was underpinning your question. KM often becomes an end in itself rather than a means to an end. And from a monitoring point of view, that can leave it open to questions about impact and make it very dispensable when resources are scarce. Therefore, KM for what has to be the central question. One purpose can be KM as part and parcel of a process to improve performance, delivery and impact. Another can be KM as a means to improve visibility and positioning. The need for compelling motivation and incentives is another key lesson. We found that people often had little motivation to change, but a team approach was a major motivating factor. It provided peer-to-peer motivation, encouragement and joint thinking that generated positive energy for improving performance through KM. But overall, in our experience, the strongest motivating factor was that individuals saw the opportunity to improve their practice and ultimately their own careers. Obviously, leadership is absolutely crucial. If managers are convinced that knowledge management is going to help to improve performance and to manage for impact, people will figure out how to integrate it into their daily work. In addition to that, the need to integrate KM into organisational systems, processes and structures and make it a way of working is absolutely fundamental. KM often remains an add-on in organisations and projects because it's difficult to integrate it seamlessly into business processes and management approaches. It has to be recognised as an organisational development process that has performance improvement as its goal. It's a complex intervention in which many elements need to be adapted and revised, and where considerable innovation is required to make it work. Basically, we learned that KM is about good management, teamwork, authentic and honest commitment to impact, allowing common sense to rule, and creating an environment where people are encouraged to reflect, share, and learn from each other. So now on to the final section. I hope I'm within time. I need more than 3. I'll finish and then I won't take any questions. Just a couple more than 3, sorry. The broader environment in which development organisations are operating has changed substantially in the past decade. The aid effectiveness agenda is translated into greater accountability for results, and in turn, this has led for the requirement for concrete impact, and rightly so, measured through hard data, and there's the requirement for better delivery processes. All of this means, or should mean, that knowledge, innovation and competence are increasingly recognised as being fundamental for effective development. It is accepted, at least in the rhetoric, that learning approaches are part of the solution. KM has become, sorry, have I challenges? Right. KM has become mainstream in many organisations, but critical voices continue to challenge its utility versus the cost. Unless it has a clear purpose and is fully integrated into business processes and its effectiveness can be measured, it will sooner or later fall prey to budget cuts and other priorities. Measurement of performance and impact is a challenge for any KM initiative, and I think that's come out in several discussions that we've had, largely because most knowledge is tacit in nature. It's in people's heads. A person's expertise and experience and accumulated specialist knowledge can be difficult to codify. KM is also a distributed activity throughout an organisation. Some KM activities are obvious and easy to measure, such as the number of knowledge products or the number of downloads. Others are more subtle and often defy measurement. For example, how to measure the influence or impact of knowledge activities on policymakers, or demonstrate the improved skills of employees, or measure the links between KM activities and improved effectiveness, efficiency and value for money. And I think we'll be going into that in more depth tomorrow. Additionally, in order to measure KM impact and performance in a meaningful way, there must first be a common understanding of what KM means for an organisation. and why it is important. Without this, it will be difficult to establish agreed indicators. There needs to be agreement on what it is important to measure, what do we want to know, and why. Okay, 2 long minutes? Okay, I'll go very quickly. Where are we? Yeah, I'll just quickly mention that there has been a study on evidence from evaluations of KM in international financial institutions that interestingly showed that all the organisations reviewed could provide evidence of high impact products and services, but all struggled to identify their overall impact, both internally and externally to organisations. In particular, they didn't have indicators that would enable them to establish whether knowledge strategies have resulted in significant changes, in particular to core business processes. In EFAD right now, I'm leading an initiative to develop a methodology for monitoring and reporting on KM. We're going to fundamentally build on what already exists, try to make what already exists more KM sensitive, and only introduce new indicators if they really are important and meaningful in order to enable us to measure outcomes, not only outputs. And I think this is a really fundamental lesson for any organisation, because people, in our organisation, the pressure to deliver and to produce hard evidence of impact can at times crowd out learning and the imperative to learn. So anything that may measure the impact of knowledge management and learning in my organisation is likely to be seen as some sort of irrelevant add-on. Some of the other softer factors, just very briefly, as I said before, people need to understand what KM means in their daily work. What are the benefits? We need capacity and resources. That also implies that time invested by people in these activities needs to be recognised. That is an important incentive. So just to finish. Yeah, we actually, just very briefly before I finish, we actually did a quick review of KM experiences, strategies and monitoring frameworks in other organisations, UN, IFIs and private sector, that produced some really interesting lessons. As I said, corporate indicators need to be KM sensitive. You need to know what to measure. No particular indicator is more effective than any other. Indicators are contextual to organisations. Depends on your priorities, in fact, your political priorities. And just to conclude, in practical terms, I suppose we need to acknowledge that the results of good knowledge management, which is going to help us figure out what to measure, should encompass evidence-based support to decision-making, targeted knowledge sharing to improve results, increased efficiency through reusing ideas and applying lessons and easily accessing documents when similar situations arise, always a challenge, learning from mistakes by analysing and sharing lessons and experience, creating new knowledge through collaboration, and stimulating innovative products and services. I hope that, in conclusion, I hope this presentation has been useful, and that by using the example of my organisation and our lessons, I've been able to say something that is relevant to all of you. I think that mainstreaming KM into an organisation's way of working can happen without an organisation having in place a comprehensive system for monitoring performance. It's happened in my organisation. But as I've tried to point out a number of times, and I think this is probably my key message, unless the concrete impact of KM can be demonstrated, it will always remain vulnerable to changing circumstances, shifting priorities and budget cuts. I think that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, please join me in thanking Dr. Helen. Clearly, the issue of knowledge management and all its implications and complications came across in Dr. Helen's paper, and the number of parameters that go into making a knowledge management system useful. Clearly, you've identified many issues, and I think there was a lot in that paper to digest. So we will put we'll give the chance to the floor for any questions. Yes, Professor Amr.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It's an interesting presentation, particularly with regard of transfer of knowledge to the developing countries. Now, every time people speak about rural population, of course, we think about agriculture. And about 70% of the people in the developing countries, they live in that area of agriculture. So any kind of knowledge will definitely help these people at least to improve their well-being and increase. But the question that I wanted to ask, I think about 40 or 50 years ago, they invested lots of money in what they call the Green Revolution. And that had an impact, and we still read stories about what happened in the Philippines and Mexico in terms of at least helping in inventing of new kind of technologies that really help many of these countries. Now, trying to implement again this kind of knowledge management in the developing country. And I'm also thinking, going back to the question that we asked, that it is a sophisticated system, requires some kind of skills and technology. It needs basically some kind of literacy about, and we are talking here about digital technologies. So in order to implement these kind of project and program, again, you need an infrastructure, you need some kind of form of education. There are many examples, of course, Muhammad Yunus of Bangladesh, he used these kind of technologies, and I think that's also a part of this knowledge management. So the question that, I mean, this effort and this kind of, let's say, work that you are doing, how it is going to help and how it is different than, let's say, the research that was done in particular by many universities in the United States and other in terms of helping the rural population in this area of food, water management, energy, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. I was worried that you were going to ask a question because you always ask very difficult and challenging ones. So I think that the answer to your question could be the subject of another conference, actually, because it's very broad. But what I will say is I understand your question. I can answer it in a couple of, I'll try to answer it in a couple of fairly straightforward ways. With specific reference to what I discussed here, with the work I do at the corporate level in EFAD and the work I did with the projects in Eastern and Southern Africa, it's all very much focused on how to use knowledge management and learning to improve the organization or the project's capacity to deliver better results and impact. So it's about better capacity to generate, manage, use, as in apply, or share knowledge. So that's sort of specifically what this was about. It's more of an institutional context, but when you go out of that institutional context, it's about improving our capacity to make a difference, to deliver. So in EFAD, for example, because we focus on agriculture and rural development, we need to have really pretty rigorous systems in place that enable us to learn from project implementation, to apply those lessons, ideally continuously, to improve during implementation of a project, and then to use those lessons, to draw on those lessons to design better interventions. That's the scaling up aspect, you know, learning during implementation to inform the design of new projects. That's also very institutional. I think, so that's sort of about this context. I mean, your broader question, you know, when you referred back to the Green Revolution, you can't, just very simply put, I don't believe that you can scale up either horizontally or vertically, geographically, or you know, at policy level, successful in development interventions unless you have really been able to seriously learn, understand what were the factors to contributing to the success or failure of that intervention, that learning may be documented, but more fundamentally it needs to influence policy and practice. Just documenting it is not going to necessarily mean that it influences policy and practice. I think EFAD struggles with this, but we really are doing a lot of work, not only at the global level on policy engagement, but at the national level, to ensure that what is learned from project implementation actually feeds into government policies, processes, and practice, which I think is, I mean, the answer could be very long, but I think it partly addresses your question. The third element of that, just very briefly, is that I wanted to mention that, and I didn't get time, there is what is called an agenda knowledge for development that has been developed in a parallel process. It's not a multilateral process as it was with the SDGs. It's a parallel process that is attempting to address the knowledge dimensions of development, the knowledge-related dimensions of development. So it's a complement to Agenda 2030. And I think it actually probably encompasses a lot of what you were asking me in your question and what you were asking Petru before. There are some copies out there. I'll make sure that I can give you a copy. It's a really, really interesting initiative, and it's now being driven by a new international NGO called the Knowledge for Development Partnership, which is just emerging now. It was actually launched at a big UN conference in Geneva in March, organised by Petru. So I'm happy, if anybody is interested to know more about that, I'm happy to give you some background. I hope it in a muddled way that has somehow answered your question.
There's room for one last question, please. Make the questions very brief because I think we are running out of time drastically. Please, Dr. Malham. Again.
Thank you, Helen, for your excellent presentation. I think organizations like yours, like the UN, like universities, face that challenge that the products produced through knowledge management are used at the corporate level, but the end beneficiaries are in the field and they're poor, and many of them don't read and write nor speak English. We all have this challenge. So just a few comments of what seems to work for the World Bank. We are doing more and more citizen feedback. So the laborers using, let's say, videos on how to plant bananas or tomatoes or whatever, making agriculture more resilient, are providing feedback. And second, you pointed it, use of local NGOs, train the trainer, etc., seems to work for us. But it's a huge challenge, and you know, we totally resonate with what you mentioned.
I think very short, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I would like to put my question from an economist's point of view, right? Efficiency and productivity. That is perhaps the major goal for all those KM process or something like that. But we haven't come across yet one particular issue which is called waste. Waste, as you can see in the area of food, or in the area of even big projects or something like that, huge wastes are taking place. You mentioned about a couple of projects in Africa. I was wondering whether this waste variable can be put into in your model, you see, so that at least minimize a bit of cost and also increase the efficiency and productivity. Thank you.
Yeah, very short. I think Petru also mentioned this before. When you talk about waste in this context, I'm thinking about reinventing the wheel. I'm thinking about not learning, not being aware that what you are trying to figure out is already being figured out. It's like if I don't know it, it doesn't exist. You know, this is really, really a big challenge in development. You know, I'm just thinking about Nepal. How many decades? How many billions of dollars? What's happened? You know, it's like I don't know if I should really say it, but I've worked in development for 25 years, and I find it really shocking how often we repeat the same mistakes. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. You can see the richness of knowledge management or knowledge management systems and how it affects life and in all aspects. And I think these two last presentations demonstrated that the conference is of vital importance, especially for our region. And the two presentations or the keynote speeches, in my view, they were very rich, and there is a lot in them. And I really enjoyed them. Please join me to thank the two keynote speakers. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helen, Professor Mansour Al-Ali, Dr. Jawa, and Dr. Petru. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a 15-minute break. After that, we will continue the rest of our sessions. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll copy.
Very flexible in terms of the way you write.
Neuromarketing, Advertising on Children, Intended and Unintended Effects. Ms. Amani, please take the floor.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to express my great gratitude for being here amongst you all. I'm truly humbled by this experience. My name is Amani Al-Abbas, as Ms. Huda presented me. I'm a bit tall, I need this, okay. We are always advised at Brunel University, which I'm part of, I'm a PhD student, we are always advised to tell our story. So I will begin by saying that my story began back in 2012 when I held my little son with like the weight of 3.3 kgs in my hand. And I started thinking that one of the legacies that we are going to leave behind on this earth is our children. So we have to prepare them well, protect them well, and also make sure that whatever they intake, whether it is physically or mentally, should be proper. As a researcher and as a marketer as well, we are exposed to the latest trends and technologies in marketing. The average child till the age of 12 view around 25,000 ads till the age of 12. That's not including online ads. So you would imagine how many times your kids are viewing ads. Companies spend around $17 billion a year on advertising. So you would think that they will need or want the advertising to be effective. They won't spend all that money to just go to waste. Okay. Oops, it's not working. I can do this from here. Okay, so over the years, marketers have aimed at better anticipating effectiveness of advertising. As Moran states that more companies are interested in new technologies in order to enhance their ads. The big companies are following the hot trend of using technology in order to better understand consumers. Okay, so how did neuromarketing emerge? Due to breakthroughs in neuroscience field, as well as the need to recognize and understand consumers, as well as advancement in technology-based ads, this all led to the emergence of the field of neuromarketing. Okay, so what is neuromarketing? It's basically the direct application of brain images, scans, or other measurements to detect brain activity. You will think that these things do not exist. Well, they exist and they are implemented since 2004. Major corporations like CBS, Disney, Google, and other companies, as well as political candidates, they all using neuromarketing. This basic framework or model is proposed by Wilson 2008. That highlights how neuromarketing is applied in the real world. So as you can see, in the first stage, they will have the screening phase. Okay, the second stage is basically when neuromarketing is introduced. So they will give you or they will show you an ad, and then they will measure your brain activity in order to correctly measure if the correct response of your brain. So there are so many levels in the brain, or so many areas, excuse me, that needs to be activated while looking at this ad. So we want to make sure that we are generating the correct reactions. Okay, so then it is iteration process. So we go back and try again and go back and try again till we get the most effective ad. Okay, so this figure by Kumar 2015 it shows you the levels of brain. We have basically 3 levels in our brains. It is the primitive one, which is it is responsible for your intuition, subconscious, and basically your instincts, like the basic things. And the second one is the emotional one, where you feel things, scared, excited, and this stuff. And the last one is the conscious one, or the cognitive one, which you analyze things in that stage. So for advertising to actually make sense or be effective, we have to stimulate the primitive and the emotional brain, which is the basic 2, in order to evoke the emotions, to signal the cognitive stage or cognitive brain to analyze information and behave and actually buy something. However, our children, basically from 7 to 12 years old, are in a critical age that they are not basically able to fully use their cognitive brain and analyze information correctly. So they are basically maybe not able to fully understand that this is a selling intent, and this might not be true. So according to that, there are some classification for the effects of marketing, or basically the advertising. We have the empowered child paradigm and the vulnerable child paradigm. For the empowered child paradigm, it means your children do have the cognitive skills to analyze advertising. It means that they can understand and analyze that this is a selling intent, this is an advertisement, okay? I like it, I like the product, and I'm able to assess that if I need the product or not, and then I'll decide if I want it. Okay, so basically they are able to understand that this is an ad. So they are empowered, they have information, they have what we call media literacy. But what if your children falls in the vulnerable child paradigm? Then you will have the unintended effects, which is the byproduct of marketing or the advertising. Then we have materialism. Materialism, basically it means that children will base their happiness on materialistic items, like having things, having expensive products. The second one is parent-child conflict, is when you deny them a product or you tell them, no, you will not have it. So it will create a conflict. They will say, well, you don't love me, mommy, you don't love me, daddy. Okay, all my colleagues, they have it, all my friends, they have it. Why are you not giving to me? So it might cause them to think, yeah, you don't love me. Also, unhappiness, which is basically expressed in disappointment and frustration, when they realize that these products may not actually perform as the ad because it's an ad. Okay, they think these things will solve problems, or they'll actually perform like the ad, and then they get disappointed when they get the product. Also, the last thing is unhealthy eating habits. It means that sometimes these children do not understand the nature of the ad, and some of these ads may lead to people buying more unhealthy snacks. Okay, so if your child is empowered, then it falls into this category. So they have the cognitive effects, affective effects, and behavioral effects. It means that when they see the ad, they understand, they kind of process their feelings correctly, and then they make the purchase intent correctly. For the unintended effects, it means that these children are unable to do that, and they will maybe get harmed by all of these factors. We have the 4 factors. Basically, this is the resultant of the literature review, which is a proposed conceptual framework that I will be testing, inshallah. I'll be using quantitative analysis, and this is basically what it looks like. We have the exposure to neuromarketing ads, and we have moderators, age, gender, and income of the family. And we have 2 dependent variables, which they have 2 categories, the intended and unintended effects of neuromarketing. So I'm testing that in the context of neuromarketing. For the conclusion, children are the most impressionable sector in our society. So by performing this test, I hope I can come to a conclusion whether our children fall in the empowered child paradigm or the vulnerable child paradigm, and if any, how can we use it? If they are empowered actually, how can we use that to deliver more of better lifestyle, or for example, more of social responsibility concept? But if they fall in the vulnerable paradigm, then we have to combat that by increasing their media literacy and make them really aware and understand that these are ads. They are not true, not always going to be truthful. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms.
It was a bit fast.
Thank you very much for keeping your presentation short. Now the question.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe there are so many legal implications regarding the ads addressed to children.
Yes.
And even in law, we have some harsh penalties when somebody is misusing the children or giving them misrepresentation or unclear factor. Did you try to cover this in your research, or at least to see?
Yes.
Because there are very specific laws.
Yes, there is.
That take care of this part, and it is very essential, very important.
Yes, there is.
To protect the children.
Yeah. However, mostly the marketing sector is self-regulated. It's not controlled by any government. It is self-regulated sector. And marketing is, according to the local news, it's not the local news, sorry, I think The Economist, yes, The Economist, in 2011, marketers are the least trusted profession next to lobbyists. You'd imagine they don't trust us, okay, for an obvious reason, because when you say marketing, it's an oxymoron. You cannot have ethical marketing. Basically, marketing is not ethical. I'm trying to sell you something, so it is bound to be unethical. It's bound to be unethical, but you can regulate it. So there are some moves and there are some associations that are trying to regulate that. One of them is NMSBA, okay, which is related to neuromarketing, as well as some like candidates, parliament candidates, like in France, they banned neuromarketing at all in France. They cannot be used unless it is for a medical reason or for a societal like benefit. Other than that, you cannot just use neuromarketing at all, not just for children at all. And also for the regulations, it's not that clear, okay? Like you can see Disney and McDonald's, they are all doing their advertising and nobody's controlling them actually. Okay, so they do their advertising. They are trying to be more socially responsible. They are trying to improve their strategies, but still it is a self-regulated sector. But in my research, I'm covering all of that. Thank you for your comment. Anyone else?
Yes.
Thank you. A very dynamic presentation. This reminds me of something that used to be called subliminal advertising, which I think 20 years ago was made totally illegal in most countries.
Yes.
And I would have expected, in part of your, certainly one of your research questions should we be doing this at all?
Sorry?
Should we be doing this at all?
Yes.
Because personally, I have no faith at all that private sector companies will follow any legal restrictions. If they are able to do this, they will do it. And I think that's where the big risk lies. Yeah, I'd just like to know what you think about that.
Well, what you said is part of the hypodermic needle theory, which means like a magic bullet. It's like a magic bullet. It means that subliminally will lure you and alter your perception and control your thoughts. Well, that theory is obsolete as per the research. But however, now with the breakthroughs in neuroscience, they are actually trying to find the buy button, and looking at the latest literature, they are really close. I know that you would say that this shouldn't be there and shouldn't be used, but actually they are using it, and many big corporations, they are bragging that they are using it actually. Yeah, one of them is Google, Disney, also the major corporations like Yahoo, they're all using it and they're proud of it and they give testimonials on these sites, websites. They are saying that we are using it. And one thing that you might get even more concerned that one of the winning advertising that is done by Neuromarketing, enhanced by Neuromarketing in 2009, it won the best advertising in the Super Bowl. It was for the movie Up, which is for children. It's by Pixar, which is owned by Disney, and it can show you how powerful that ad was because of Neuromarketing. So actually it was ranked the best. So yeah, it has been done, it's been doing, but I'm trying in this at least research, if I prove that actually there is a byproduct of marketing, that it's not good, maybe it will spark a change in the the political side or even the social side, that they can do something to restrict that or maybe enforce the code of ethics. Thank you. Yes. Anyone else? Yeah. Yes. Okay. She's my supervisor, Dr. Maria. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Amani, dear.
Yes, Doctor.
Congratulations on this further progress. I remember when you were gladly talking about this distinguishing between intended and the non-intended variables or effects of neuromarketing. So can you explain which one is more, or you would feel more towards a contribution of your PhD, and which one is less because it's already known or there? Can you
Well, in my area, for this model, it hasn't been tested in neuromarketing at all. So I'm being honest, I really don't know the result yet. I don't want to speculate yet because it's a new area and it's a new settings. I hope that our children are empowered, but if not, then we have to do something about it. If they are actually falling in the vulnerable side, then we have to maybe impose or propose something to combat that, which is media literacy, increase the media literacy for them. It means introduce some courses or introduce like some seminars for children at school to tell them that this is an ad, to make them understand that they are ads. So whatever the results are, we are inshallah going to do something about it. Contribution will be there regarding whether it is intended or unintended.
So you mean the child being found out to be empowered or non-empowered, is it related to any of the intended, non-intended?
Yes, if the intended factors, like I will find that they have more impact, that the child is empowered. If the unintended has more impact, then the child is vulnerable. Yeah.
Going to have only one question over there.
Yeah.
Thank you for this nice research. It touched really all families, since we are really worried about our kids' behavior towards those ads. I think the real problem of the war is...
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Should I... now, okay? Okay. I think the real war is the war of data generated by our kids, not only ads. Because you have data that feeds those companies with their tools of data analysis, and they will target better way our kids. The data generated by our kids, this is the real problem. Mm-hmm. It's not, you didn't depict this in your presentation, and the model you presented, it was 2008, 10 years ago. So I think now we are using clouds daily basis, and the speed and the power of cloud is really exponential. It's not even linear. So you have to take into account this into your research and tell us exactly what is the real model you have to adopt nowadays for our nowadays. I think now.
The one that I presented in the beginning.
It's 2008. It's too old.
2008. Yeah, it's just how neuromarketing works. It's not my model. It's proposed by Wilson, 2008.
Is there any other models available now?
No, not really. Not really. not really.
Thank you. And thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Amani. And now we would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Sayyid Mehdi Fadl, to give us his speech titled The Relationship Between Multicultural Teams and Project Performance. Mr. Sayyid Mehdi, please take the floor.
No problem, just press on. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's not working. It's working. Yeah, just leave it. Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Sayyid Mehdi Fadl. I will present for you my research topic, which is about the relationship between multicultural teams and project performance. I will start with the outline of the presentation, which is the research background, research rationale, statement of research problem, aims, impact of culture, framework, findings, and finally the conclusion. Globalization has affected everything in the world. It made the world as a global village. Teams are getting more diverse in their composition. Team members from different countries speaking different languages and from different backgrounds are doing work closely together. Managing cultural diversity has become an important element for today's organization. Recently, there is a broad understanding of the importance to deal with the diversity and to recognize the benefits and difficulties from different agents. Numerous researchers have studied and investigated culture and projects and assert that our understanding of cross-cultural management is inadequately developed and somewhat limited. Furthermore, there are limited theoretical and empirical studies concerning how cultural diversity could impact on team performance. The research in the area of people management has shown that there is a lack of a study of the cultural aspect of people management and appears as emerging topic. Managing effective multicultural projects, and the current literature is not taken into consideration how effectively we can manage the multicultural teams. The above points towards the problem caused in managing culturally diverse workforce and their performance. Literature further highlights that this problem is even more pronounced in the different contexts. Hawking and Price, Stahl, and Arena and his colleague confirmed that there is still a need in further study to investigate the influence of culture on teams' dynamics and therefore on project performance. So the aim of this study
is to investigate the cultural factors that influence the multicultural project team's performance and determine the cultural dimensions that would impact on the project performance. Going through the literature, first of all, we looked at how the impact is there any relationships between the culture itself and the performance, and we found out that there is a conflicting findings in the literature which shows about the impact of culture on performance. As you can see in the table that mostly there is a positive or negative or both impact or relationships to performance. Williams has studied, for example, in 1998, his study reviewed about 40 years of diversity studies and came to the conclusion there is no constant major effect of diversity on performance. Whereas on the other hand, Stahl and his colleagues in 2010 has conducted a meta-analysis of 108 empirical studies in performance in about 10,600 teams, and he found that there is a positive as well as a negative impact of culture on performance. Several researchers claims that the diverse teams has shown to outperform even the homogeneous teams. Culture has, as I said, positive and negative, and we can summarize this in a positive way as a greater skill base for team members can provide team members with a greater skill base, a broader range of vision, improve problem-solving capabilities, and create a greater creativity. On the other hand, it can impact negatively by poor communication between team members, less cohesiveness, and got much more conflicts. Lack of knowledge to manage well culturally diverse teams is a major gap in the literature. And the disagreement between the reviewed research raises an important concern in regards to the characteristic of this issue and how best to analyze and investigate it. Throughout the literature, a summary of the main impact between from culture on the main team performance dynamics or constructs, it found out there is major impacts on integration, communication, trust, and knowledge sharing. Based on this summary, I came up with the framework of the research, which shows that the culture summarized in power, distance, uncertainty, avoidance, and masculinity and individualism. Therefore, it impacts on the team performance or team dynamics construct, which are integration, communication, trust, and knowledge sharing, and to play a role here as a mediating factors on the project performance. The conceptual framework is developed in order to address the cultural complexity within multicultural project teams and examine the relationships between national culture and team and project performance. The framework is expected to provide the crucial factors to be investigated in the context of project management. Finally, lack of knowledge about managing cultural differences successfully is a major challenge in achieving a successful performance in a project. Choosing not to gain knowledge and understand the cultural differences, complicity limits the chance to control the performance. The above argument is supported by the first analysis conducted by Hofstede in 1980, who proposed that 80% of the cultural differences in employees' behavior and attitudes are influenced by national culture, which still has resonance nowadays. Thank you for listening, and any question?
Thank you for Mr. Said. Due to delay in the schedule of the conference this morning, so we'll keep the question to the end of the presentation. We've got another 2 presentations to come, so please, Mr. Said, welcome. We'll keep the question to the end of the all presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sayed. And now we're going to present our next speaker, Ms. Reem Khamis, who's going to present her talk titled Board Gender Diversity, a Review of the Literature. Ms. Reem, please take the floor.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Reem Hamdan. I'm a PhD student in my 2nd year. Today I'm going to present this paper, which is part of my PhD thesis, basically reflecting chapter 1 and 2. It's not about all my PhD, only reflecting these 2 chapters. It's basically a paper that I'm working on to publish with my supervisors. What I'm going to present is basically first background, why this review is needed, how this review is different from the previous ones, the methodology I conducted this review, and the main categories found in the literature regarding this topic I'm talking about, and what gap I found, and eventually I'll be talking about the model that I will be building based on this review. First of all, board gender diversity is a topic that has been on the agenda for many political parties, basically governments, and on the strategic plans for many corporations around the world. We have many countries that imposed the board gender quota, basically like Norway, which was the first one to do that in 2003. And in 2003, followed by many European countries, mainly like Italy, Spain. Among the region, we have Malaysia and UAE, which is the United Arab Emirates, that imposed gender promoting quota for SMEs in 2012. This topic is multidisciplinary in its nature. It includes too many knowledge branches, mainly finance, management, psychology, law, and many other branches. Why this review is needed? Basically because we have inconclusive evidence among the literature, and we have a huge amount of studies that did not reach a conclusive evidence regarding the relation between board gender diversity and performance. And how this review is is different from the previous ones, mainly because we included a large number of studies from different perspectives, from many disciplinaries, to better understand and capture variables that would affect our relation. So the methodology of this literature review, we aimed to gather articles from top journals, basically ranked 4 stars and 3 stars. And then we ended up with like 200 articles talking about board gender diversity, and then we narrowed the research to 75 articles, basically taking in consideration articles that talked about board gender diversity and performance from a business perspective. We raised main questions to understand this phenomena, mainly why does board gender diversity affect firm outcomes, and how would board gender diversity affect firm outcomes. So we classified the studies that we gathered, and then we ended up with 4 categories. First one is gender diversity and organizational environment, basically talking about how females would interact in a team and how their psychological attributes would affect their decision taking, eventually affecting the board decision taking process. At the end, this will affect the performance of a company. Second category was gender diversity, firm performance, and value creation. Why would board members or female board members would create value? This is due to their backgrounds, their experience, and what they could bring to the boardroom different from their counterpart males. And the third category was gender diversity and governance. How would gender diversity, board gender diversity, affect the governance of the firm, and why it would enhance it or affect it by otherwise? And the fourth category was gender diversity, policies, socioeconomics, and sociocultural attributes. As females, as part of societies and an important part of the societies, so we need to look how their societies interact with them, especially in their presence in leadership positions like board seats. So we found a gap in the literature which is basically found in emerging markets, which is female presence among boards create value on a firm level. However, in the market performance or the market reaction toward this presence was negatively associated with the presence of females. So this is a gap we would like to cover, and we believe that the socioeconomic factors and the sociopolitical factors would interact with it and affect it. So we ended up building this conceptual framework or a model, basically taking in consideration 2 levels of variables, mainly firm level factors and the national factors. Firm level factors, as we mentioned, we have the corporate governance level of firms and ownership structure, board attributes, and many other variables among the firm itself, and the national level factors, mainly the external factors as we can name them, mainly the socio-political factors and the economic factors. By the socio-political factors, we mean the female representation in politics, and if there is any initiatives from the government governing elites to enhance the role of females in their societies or in politics or in board seats as well. And the second factor, which is economic factor, taking in consideration the percentage of female labor force, and if this would affect the relation between firms and performance as well. So I would like to conclude this by saying that if we want to handle the relation between board gender diversity and performance, we need to look at certain levels or many levels, basically the firm level factors and the national factors, which I refer to external factors that would affect this interaction. And that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Reem. Thank you for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Reem. Our next speaker is Professor Abdelghader Warsama. He's going to present his talk titled Legalization of Digital Revolution in Bahrain, Case Study of E-Transactions of 2002 and E-Crimes Laws of 2014.
Assalamu alaikum. It is my pleasure to be with you here today, and I will take you out. I will speak about something different. In the last 2 days, we are talking about digital revolution and the effects of digital revolution in all our life. I will talk about law, and I would like to mention that the paper is there, but I will just try to sum up whatever is written there. I would like to mention that in law also, and as consequence to the digital revolution, we have also a revolution in the law. We have a revolution in the law. We have a revolution in the law so as to enable the digital revolution to have its real effect in our life. Apart from the presence of this law, the digital revolution will be of no value. And the United Nations, thanks for that, they have established what is a special committee called UNICITRAL, United Nations International Committee for International Trade. And this UNICITRAL committee made a real revolution in the law, because by the concepts introduced by UNICITRAL, we have new system, we have new legal rules. How come? In law, for anything, particularly in contracts, in trade, in all activities, for anything to be of value, you have to have an original document, an original contract. And this contract to be signed by the people so as to be binding on them. In the digital revolution, we don't have original document per se. We don't have signature like this manual signature. So the new concepts in law introduced by the UNICITRAL made or gave the equality functional approach, equal functional approach. This is very new. It just started in response to the digital revolution. And according to this rule, they have said that any document, any data, any document coming out from the machine, coming out from the computer, is to be given the same legal validity of the original document. So we have solved, by law, the problem of the documentation. And also in the digital revolution, we have the electronic signature. We have the digital signature. And it is not by hand. If you go to a court, you want to prove a document, this document must be signed. And in the data we are receiving from the digital revolution, they are not signed. They have electronic signature. They have digital signature. So, according to the UNCITRAL law, which is also gave a great push for the digital revolution, they have said that the digital signature, the electronic signature, is to have the same effect like the manual signature. So any document that comes from your record, any data message you have, it will be taken as the same signature given to the manual signature. Now, for example, when you go to your ATM to take money, what you are doing, we call it electronic signature or procedural signature, because you put your card, your PIN number, if any question to answer. This process is what we call procedural signature, like electronic signature, like digital signature for the e-government. The UNCITRAL rule gave all such signature, whatever they are, they gave them the same power, the same validity. So no document will be taken as unsigned document for the sole reason that it comes from your machine. No document will be taken like that, and any document will be given the same power by law. So now in the court, you can bring this document and the court will accept it. The court will take it. And because of this, the law makes a revolution. And this legal revolution, this revolution in law, in fact, gave the legal power for our IT revolution in e-commerce, in e-trade, in e-government, in all electronic transactions, banking transactions, whatsoever. Now in banks, we do everything almost by e-banking. The UNCITRAL law, which is the model law to be used by all countries, and here in Bahrain, fortunately, we have this law in place. We have taken the model law and we have drafted. Fortunately, and I am proud to say I have been part of this drafting of this law for Bahrain, and our law in Bahrain is according to the international standard, because we have taken the main points mentioned there in the UNCITRAL law. However, now the UNCITRAL law gave the legality for all e-transactions. And based on this, the digital revolution has gone forward. However, even though we have benefited from this, there is the bad side of the digital revolution. Also, in the law, we have to stand for this, because there is the cyber crime, there is the e-crime. Now, all the world in the last week is suffering from a very big e-crime. We all know what happened in the whole world in the last 2 days because of some people who are having criminal mind, and they have put a virus that, in fact, put many countries out of the system. Also, we have rules in law, and we have a special law based on the UNCITRAL general background. We have the cyber law, we have the law to cater for the e-crime. According to this law, we have defined what is e-crime, and we have defined what are the e-crimes and what are the penalties that any e-criminal will be facing. So, by the two things, by having the UNCITRAL law regulating the transactions all the e-transactions. By this system, we are now having banking, we are having contracts, we are having international trade, we have all our activities in the e-governments everywhere. We have regulated this.
3 minutes left.
And
3 minutes
also,
left.
in law, we have catered for putting a special law to take care of the criminals, to stop, to control, to minimize e-crimes. And this showed that in law also, we have made a very big legal revolution to push forward the digital revolution we are having, because it is very essential for our life. However, regarding the cyber law, the e-law, the law is not enough. You are responsible. You have to take care not to be hunted by the criminals. There is very big responsibility. It is not just the law. The law is there, fortunately, but also we have to take care of protecting our interests. We have to take care of trying to minimize any risk by all the steps to be taken. And by doing this, you will escape all the viruses happening, roaming now, maybe in this room or outside. By this, we are minimizing the risk, and we can benefit from the IT revolution, because it is very beneficial for us in all our life, in science, in arts, in culture, in trade, in whatever. In all this, we are benefiting every day. And to sum up, here in Bahrain, we have embodied the best laws taken from the UNICEF law to cater for the civil side, and also to cater for the criminal side. And by this, people could enjoy here in Bahrain, could enjoy and could rejoice, benefiting from the digital revolution, which we need in all our life. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Abdelkader. Thank you very much. So, have a seat, please. Now we'll take in question.
The paper is there. You can take it.
Could you please mention?
Yes, my name is Hassan Ghora. I'm a PhD student at Brunel. My question is for Syed. First of all, thank you very much for your presentations, very interesting. I believe that I face the same problem with connecting culture to entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
I think in your thesis, you are connecting culture to project performance.
Yes.
However, in my literature, they suggested that we should associate culture with other factors, such as rules and regulations. In your case, I believe that there could be an important interaction between formal institutions, such as rules and regulations, with the culture. The second thing, I think that we have technology nowadays, and I believe that technology would minimize the impact of culture among different team members. So what do you think about these 2 points? Thank you.
Thank you for it. Thank you for your question. Very weak. Actually, I've looked at this. With mine, I'm looking at the multicultural teams. So I looked at the national culture, the people who comes from different cultures, grouped in one teams to do projects or whatever task they should give. I'm looking at how these from different culture backgrounds can integrate or communicate together, and how this will therefore affect on the project performance at the end. For that, I've adopted Hofstede model, and because there is some debate on Hofstede models, I've adopted his questionnaire and I implemented I implemented this questionnaire to these groups over here, to the people who's working already on this, with the multicultural groups. So this was one of the idea to clarify or to make sure whether these people who have multicultural experience or cultural experience from apart from their country or outside their country, is there any impact, or is there any changes to their culture with regards to ranks Hofstede got? And this was one of my points that I will measure. So I think this can answer your question. Or no, the Hofstede, there is a debate about Hofstede cultural ranks or theory, which is it says that his ranks is already outdated. But in my position, I didn't adopt it. I didn't adopt his ranking. I've adopted his questionnaire only, and I used it, and I got new ranks for different national culture. This one, I compared them actually with what Hofstede got at the end, and I show that some of the countries, they do have differences, but I'm in analysis stage now, and I'm just looking at whether if I can make it a control variable of their experience with multicultural experience. So whether this has an impact or no, or an influence, like the experience or the sector and so on.
So we're going to take only two questions. Question for Reem and question for Mr. Abdul Qadir. Only two questions. Yes.
A question for Reem. You're analysing the effect or the numbers or the proportion of females on boards. What's your basic hypothesis? Why are you doing this research?
Basically, nowadays, many countries, especially in the region, GCC countries, are taking consideration into revise their laws into empowering females. And I'm hoping by the end of this research, I would clarify like a recommendation for policymakers how to include women and the benefits of including women economically. And this is my end goal. Like designing a policy that would fit females into board positions without hurting the performance of corporations, as seen in other emerging markets that have a cultural or anything misconception regarding females, and they react negatively towards their positioning in leadership positions like politics or even board seat positions.
Yes. Have you seen any of the literature on the 2008 financial crisis regarding this point? Some of the research clearly suggests that the Western banks that committed the worst failures, the worst crimes, if you like, were completely dominated by men at board level, and the banks that made the least mistakes had female members on their board.
Yeah, this is a core issue in my research, that females are seen like more ethical, and they have certain attributes that they overcome on, they are better than their counterparts, females. Especially business has been dominated by males for a long time. So this is one core issue of my research. And as I'm arguing in my research, that females would enhance independence and governance in the corporations where they nominated as board members.
Good. Thank you.
One more question.
Thank you. Quick question for Mr. Abdul Ghali. Yes. on a country level or on a country scale, and talking about plagiarism of digital evidence, how do you see a legal system could deal with that? On a digital scale, forging a digital evidence is absolutely possible and doable for anything including digital signatures. And I'm not sure you can give me a short answer, but thank you for
Thank you for this question. In fact, it's a matter of evidence how to accept the digital signature or the electronic signature. And in the law I have referred to, there are certain guidelines so as to ascertain the legality and the certainty of this signature. So in the law it is mentioned there. And in addition to this, in case there is any problem before the court will look for expert opinion, a forensic, IT forensic expert, and this will explain, will help. So the law specifies the conditions here, and also there are other ways for the court to support reaching the right conclusion regarding this. If I may comment regarding the point for the female quota in the boards. In fact, here in Bahrain now, there is a real, genuine thinking in putting a quota in the corporate governance rules. We are in the process of having this. I have helped in drafting the first governance rules for the country. And now there is a process of also taking benefit from examples of other countries. We don't want to impose it, but we can start by very little figure, and this will be a start so as to give females a role in this. And in family companies particularly, whenever there is any company formulating its own corporate governance rule, we specify that the board should include both sexes, should include everybody, and not to exclude anybody because of sex or age or this or this. So we are in the process of moving in this more, in addition to what you have explained.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the chair of this session and the rest of the speakers. We should be having a break right now. However, because of the time limits, we will continue with session number 7. Okay. Group photo, please. And now we're going to start with session number 7. We will start this session by calling the chairs of this session, Professor Mukhtar Al-Hashimi and Dr. Rashida Abusin. Our next speaker is Dr. Nahla Khalifa, who will be giving us a talk titled The Nutritional Status of Inpatient Drug Addicts and the Impact of Medical Nutrition Therapy, Intervention on Recovery. Dr. Nahla, please take the floor. Let me just, this is, it's not, hello? Yeah. This one is better. There you go. Can I make sure this is working because I need it? Don't get it a bit. It's okay. Yeah, thank you. It's okay?
Okay, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh. Hello everybody. Very happy to be here with you today. And thanks Prof. Alam for the kind invitation. And thanks Ahli University for excellent organization. My title is Nutritional Status of Inpatient Drug Addicts and the Impact of Medical Nutrition Therapy Intervention or Recovery. I will go through the aim of this study and methodology we used in this presentation and the studies we will discuss here, and finally conclusion and recommendation. The aim of this study is to overview the literature about the nutritional status of drug addicts and the effect of medical nutrition therapy intervention and nutrition education on addiction recovery. Also, we want to emphasize the role of dietitian and diet as a team member in a process of addict recovery. The methodology we used in this, it is an overview or literature review. So we're searching library database. We summarize the conceptual and empirically published literature on drug addict and nutrition intervention. The strategy we used keywords in searching like addiction, nutrition, therapy, recovery, detoxification, intervention, and dietitian. The selected articles are Population Review and Intervention of Nutrition or Medical Nutrition Therapy in Addiction. The evaluation of the evidence is done through comprehensive review of each article by more than one person. Our food, we get benefit from food through the nutrients it contains. There is two types of nutrient in food. We have micronutrients, these micromolecules. We need it in a small amount, and it is usually minerals and vitamins. Also, we have the macronutrients, which is macromolecules. We need it in large amount, which is carbohydrate, protein, and fat. Usually, the protein is two types. We have complete and incomplete protein. The complete protein is contain all the essential amino acids, and incomplete protein contain or missed one or two than essential amino acid. Also, we have two types of fat. We call it saturated fat, which is unhealthy fat, and saturated fat, which is the healthy one. Also, we have simple carbohydrate, which is sugar, and complex carbohydrate, which is polysaccharides, and it contains fiber, which is needed for addict people. The medical nutrition therapy is nutritional diagnostic therapy and counseling services for the purpose of managing many chronic diseases like addiction. MNT is done through what we call nutrition care process in clinical setting. The largest organization regarding the nutrition and dietetics, it is the American Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, and due to many subspecialties, we have what we call dietetic practice group. As you know, drug addiction is a complex lifestyle disorder which becomes socially, economically worldwide, and it affects all the human society. Usually, it has become a trend between adolescents who become less productive. Chronic diseases described by drug demanding all the time and obsessive to hard to control use in spite of unsafe consequences, which the patient knows that it is very difficult for him to live. There is many complications related to addiction. All the patients with addiction, they have what we call hypoglycemia or low level of glucose in their body. The alcohol or drug addiction affects the liver and makes the people who are addicted to have less glucose in their body. Also, there is what we call adrenal fatigue because the bad eating habit and the great level of refined sugar in alcohol make a burden on the adrenal cortex, which make them feel fatigue. Also, we have many sensitivities and allergies occur. For example, alcohol itself, it have ethanol, which cause many allergies to the patient. Sometimes, even the ingredient from which the alcohol is made, like grape, it makes some sensitivity to the patient. There are many digestive disturbances occur with all type of addiction. This is like indigestion, poor appetite, fasting and skipping meal, diarrhea, and constipation. Alcohol, it affects the inner lining of the intestine, which affects the absorption of the nutrients, and this affects the mood of the brain. Also, alcohol drinkers feel all the time they have satiety or full, but unfortunately they have high calorie but deficiency in many nutrients. Nutritional deficiencies for all addiction include carbohydrate deficiency, protein deficiency, and fat deficiency. Carbohydrate deficiency, unfortunately, the addict people, they consume all types of simple carbohydrate, which is bad, and they are deficient in complex carbohydrate, which contain fiber and the essential minerals and vitamins. Also, protein deficiency occur, and this is very important because all the chemical that the brain needs, it is protein. Fat deficiency, there is deficiency in the most essential fatty acid, like omega-3 fatty acid, omega-6 and omega-3, and these two omega, they are very important for building the prostaglandins which is important for addiction recovery. Also, all the addict people, either it is alcohol, drug, they have deficiency in many minerals and vitamins. For example, all addicts have deficiency in zinc because they are consumption of caffeine, sugar, alcohol. This make imbalance in zinc. Zinc aiding healthy immune system. So we found that all the addict people have problem with their immune system. Also, there is deficiency in calcium and magnesium, and these are very important in muscular and nervous system problem. So we found that many times that all the addict people feel that they have problem or weakness or feel fatigue. Iron is very important because especially alcohol drinkers have problem that their liver is affected and they have anemia, and also they have deficiency in omega-3, which assist in absorption of iron. Potassium is very important also. We found that all the addict people have problems or deficiency in potassium. Also, the most important vitamins that needed for addict people is the B complex. For example, niacin and thiamine, they have deficiency, and they are very important to control the psychological problems that they have. Also, tryptophan needed from niacin, which is converted to serotonin to control the emotion the addict people have. Vitamin C, as you know, it is very strong antioxidant. And of course, there is a lot of free radicals that found in all addict people. And unfortunately, they have no any chance to have vitamin C because of the high caffeine or high alcohol they take usually. Very important.
afternoon, everybody. My name is Noura Sayed, and I'm a PhD student at Brunel University, London. And I'll be talking to you today about a literature review paper that I've written on obesity-related behaviors among adolescents and children. So I'll start by introducing you to the topic. I'll then move on to talk a bit about the background, about the literature review findings, and I'll end it with the conclusion and some recommendations for future research. So obesity is actually a very complex problem because it's caused by multiple factors. But what has changed over the last 30 years or so is our lifestyles. So we're eating more unhealthy food, we're moving less, and we're spending more time on our computers, on our smartphones, and handheld devices. And one of the hypothesized causes of the continued increase in the current obesity epidemic is that the current preventative measures and the current interventions, they are individually targeted, and they lack the proper understanding of obesity in the social context. And what do I mean by that? I mean that there are actually measures in place, but these measures, they will focus on the individual, and they will ignore the social environment, the social surroundings of the individual. And they have been failing because obesity is actually a social epidemic, and obesity was found to spread over social networks between family members, between friends, peers, partners, etc. So it is actually important to consider the social surroundings and the social networks. What do I mean by social networks? By social networks, I'm referring to the ties and relationships we have with people around us. So what social influence theories propose is that the health behavior of the individual is very much influenced by the health behavior of their social surrounding. And the closer that person is to the individual, in the different friendship networks, and a systemized literature 19-year-old, and there were a few studies on children and young adults, but the reason why adolescents are sort of heavily investigated in this phenomena is because they are at higher risk and they're more vulnerable to peer influence and peer pressure. So the obesity-related behaviors that were investigated in the social context were mainly diet and physical activity, mainly because these two behaviors were identified as the two big sort of contributors by the CDC to the current obesity epidemic. There's less research on sedentary behavior also. And if we're looking at friendship networks and how these obesity-related behaviors sort of work in friendship networks, we're looking at two big themes in the literature. The first theme, you're looking at sort of similarities or associations or relationships between the individual's behavior and between the friend's behavior. And this is, you could say, there's many studies doing that. The more recent theme is investigating sort of associations between the individual's obesity-related behavior and the properties of the networks. So this is more recent. There's less research on that, but this was already, as I mentioned, done in other health disciplines. So looking at diet, for instance. So when it comes to diet, there are sort of findings in the literature to confirm that there are similarities, but only in certain dietary behaviors. For instance, consumption of fast food, that was found similar among friends. Also consumption of snacks. But when it comes, for example, on whether or not the teenagers will eat breakfast, there was not really evidence for that. And what researchers were saying is that the similarities between the parents more than the peers and the friends. But one important network property that appears is the individual popularity. So the more popular sort of kids in the networks were found to be the highest consumers of unhealthy snacks, specifically among boys. When it comes to physical activity, there is consensus. All the studies that investigated physical activity says that there are similarities between the individual's physical activity levels and the friend's physical activity levels. One important network property is the network size. So the more friends the individual will have in their social network, the more likely they're going to be physically active. With sedentary behavior, as I already mentioned, there's less research, but again, there's really no consistent evidence on whether or not there are similarities between the friends and their sedentary behavior. One important network property that appeared was network density, where boys in more dense networks were found to be more sedentary, at higher risk of sedentary compared to other kids. So in conclusion, really, what the literature is suggesting is that friendships are an important social context for the spread and maintenance of obesity, certain obesity-related behaviors. And although friendship networks, they have been linked to obesity-related behaviors, however, they have not been extensively examined. Now, someone might wonder what's the benefit from such review? Well, actually, these results are informative for designing more effective public health interventions known as network-based interventions that have been found successful in other parts of the world. So as for recommendations for future research, the researchers are recommending for future studies in different cultural contexts and different clinical samples. So one of the things I'll be doing in my PhD is, which I already started, is to look at schools in Bahrain, so public schools, private schools, because that might give us a bit of an insight. Additionally, future studies should investigate whether friendship networks influence obesity via other pathways. So the majority of the studies were looking at diet and physical activity, but things like sleep and sleep deprivation, which is an important predictor of obesity, has generally been neglected in the social context, and this is something I'm planning to address. Finally, further investigation of the type of associations between the networks and some of the obesity-related behaviors is also needed to advance our knowledge. And again, one of the things I'm trying to look at is to see whether these network properties or the network characteristics could moderate perhaps the association between the individual behavior and the friend's behavior. That's it. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Or questions
Thank you.
at the end?
Please
Questions
come
at the
and
end?
sit.
Okay.
يعني good job نور. Also شهادتي يعني مجروحة شوية. She was my student يعني. I have her. After, we'll give you only one questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Noor. Our next speaker is Dr. Dalia Kamel. Her talk is titled Hand Grip Strength, Body Mass Index, and Anthropometric Measurements Among Female University Students, Preliminary Data in Bahrain. Dr. Dalia, please take the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Professors on board, ladies and gentlemen, I'll present my research, which is entitled Hand Grip Strength, Body Mass Index, and Anthropometric Measurements Among Female University Students, Preliminary Data in Bahrain. Firstly, I want to highlight about my co-authors. I can say they were one day my students, and proudly I can call them my colleagues right now. So the main concern in this research was about the hand, and I want to give you an idea about the hand, actually interesting facts. The hand is a most complex tool in the body of the human being, and it represents about 1% of the total body size. And despite of this, it consists of 27 bones. It's supplied by 3 nerves, the radial nerve, median nerve, and ulnar nerve. And it's controlled and moved by 35 muscles. And about 1/4 of the motor cortex, which is a part of the brain responsible for the movement, about 1/4 of it is devoted only for the muscles of the hand. And it consists of 123 ligaments in the hand. All of these structures are collaborating together to provide our main function of the hand, which is a gripping activity. It's a basic function for our daily activity. So if we wanted to measure the strength of the hand grip, it can be done through a very simple and economic test, which is called hand grip strength. And this test can be applied with this simple instrument, which is called hand dynamometer, and it's almost available in every health facility. This hand dynamometer gave us an idea about the strength of the hand, but as well, it's a reflection about the strength of the total muscular system of the individual. As well, it gives us a practical information about the muscle, nerve, bone, or joint disorder. So the hand grab strength can be a predictive tool or test for different health conditions. For example, a decrease in hand grab strength is associated with pathological condition called sarcopenia. And this sarcopenia is a reduction of the muscle mass and decrease of the muscle strength and performance. As well, there is a strong relation between reduced hand grab strength and increasing mortality from cardiovascular diseases and from cancer. Another research has related the normal values of hand grab strength to the normal bone mineral density in postmenopausal women. So in other words, if we have decreased hand grab strength, this can be a predictive values for osteoporosis. Hand grab strength can be affected with different factors which may manipulate its values. Like, for example, the age. If we have advancement of the age, there will be decrease in the hand grab strength. As well, the gender. By default, the men have a higher hand grab strength in comparison to women. We have different anthropometric measurements which can manipulate the values of hand grab strength, like the total arm length, the upper arm length, the forearm length, the circumferences, the skin fold thickness, and many other anthropometric measurements. As well, the different angles that we measure from the hand grab strength, as the angles from the shoulder, elbow, wrist, forearm, if we have pronation, supination of the arm, and etc. As well, the total body posture, if we are measuring this test from standing position or from sitting position. Interesting point about the dominance. If we have right-handed people or left-handed people, the dominant is more stronger than the non-dominant hand. Another interesting factor, which is occupation, because sometimes the occupation has a positive impact, and in some other times it has a negative impact on the hand grab strength. And the lifestyle, if we are sedentary people or active people, may affect the hand grab strength. Then lastly, the body mass index, which is considered as a significant contributor to the hand grab strength. Most of you maybe know about the hand grab strength, which can be measured by dividing the total body weight by kg over the total height of the individual in meter square. So the unit of body mass index is kg per meter square. And we have worldwide classification, which is starting from underweight, normal weight, BMI, then going to the overweight. And if we reach the body mass index 30 kg per meter square, this is considered class 1 obesity. Then going to class 2 and class 3, which is considered as morbid obesity with high morbidity and mortality rate, and it ranges between 40 to 49.9. There is assumption in the literature that if we have low BMI, so we have low mass of the fat and the muscles, and by consequence, we will have a low hand grab strength. And the vice versa, if we're going to the extreme values of the BMI, this means that we have higher mass of the fat, of the muscles, and there are characteristic changes in the histology and morphology of the muscles, which is increasing its strength. So by the end, we'll have higher hand grab strength. This is the assumption, but sometimes it's a tricky part, because BMI with higher values, we don't know if this higher value is due to high mass content or high fat content. So based on the aforementioned facts, we developed the aim of this study, which actually two aims: to describe normative data for hand grab strengths among Bahraini female population, as well investigating the relationship between BMI and some anthropometric measurements with the hand grab strengths. And in order to do this, we set out our inclusion and exclusion criteria. For exclusion criteria, we excluded people who were using their both hands in writing, the female with current pregnancy, and the females with sickle cell anemia, and if they have any recent injuries or operation in their hands. So we ended up with 77 females, Bahraini female college students. Their age ranged between 18 to 25 years old. And their outcomes were the hand grab strength for both dominant and non-dominant hands, as well as BMI, total arm length, mid-upper arm circumference, and dominance with lifestyle. And here in this table, I want to show you the results that we had by the end, which I'll start with the bottom two rows, which showing the hand grab strength for both dominant and non-dominant. As you can see, the average values for dominant hand was 22.2 kg, and the non-dominant hand was 18.98. And we compared between dominant and non-dominant, and there was a significant difference in favoring for the dominant hand, which was higher or stronger than the non-dominant by about 14.5% percentage, which is in supporting with the literature. But when we compared these values of Bahraini sample to another populations with matching of the gender and age grouping, the Bahraini females population showed lower values in comparison to other population. For example, Australian population showed 30 kg, Brazilian showed 27 kg, Nigerian and Malaysian showed about 25 kg. So by the end, the female Bahraini population showed lower values in comparison to other population.
3 minutes, Doctor.
Which actually raised a concern that there is a decrease in the usage of the muscular system, and if we don't have a strong awareness and prophylactic treatment, by the end maybe this population will develop a sarcopenia, as I mentioned earlier. About the anthropometric measurement, the mid-upper arm circumference, total arm length, they showed normal values within, in comparison to other population, and showed a significant correlation with the hand grab strength for both dominant and non-dominant. For the BMI, most of our sample, about 60%, showed a normal BMI within the 24 kg per meter square. But we have a clustration about different classification of BMI and their correlation with the hand grab strength, as you can see on the right side. There was a positive correlation between increasing of the BMI with the hand grab strength till we reached the class 1 obesity, which showed a reduction in the hand grab strength. And then going dramatically increased when we reached class 2 obesity, scoring 28.7. Then again going down to score 23 in the class 3 obesity. And class 3 obesity still, despite its decrease, it showed higher values in comparison to the normal BMI participants, which is supported, as I mentioned earlier, increasing of the fat and muscle content. The hand grab strength showed non-significant difference with the keyboard usage hours, with the lifestyle, with the skillful hand hoppers and
I'm sorry,
handedness.
Doctora.
It's the last one. Last one.
Yeah, 1 minute, okay?
Okay.
I'll make
Only
you
one
happy.
slide.
1 minute.
The key findings of this research that the hand grab strength showed significant correlation with BMI, hand dominance, total arm length, mid-upper arm circumference, and showed non-significant relationship with keyboard usage, as I mentioned earlier. So the addition of this research that gave us a reference values about average of hand grab strength of Bahraini female youth, which can be used in the rehabilitation program for hand injuries, as well as clarification of another factors that may contribute to the hand grab strength. I want to end up my presentation with a nice quote about the hand, that the fragrance always remains in the hand that gives the rose. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Shukran, Doctora. First of all, I think I'm the luckiest person in this conference because this is the only session all females. I am really competing. And it's very difficult to be charming at the same time, especially when you talk with women and give them time. So what we're going to do, we're going to have one question for each speakers, and we will do that. We want to be very precise. We're going to limit the answers of that question to 1.5 minutes. Thank you. Please, who we should take? We'll take you. We'll take from each continent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a question for Noor. When you start, have you designed your data collection method yet?
Yes, I've actually, you mean the conceptual model or the methods?
The method.
Yes, I've actually started collecting my data. I'm in the process of sort of wrapping up. So.
Do you include time spent on social networks?
No. When I'm talking about social networks, at least for my thesis, I'm always referring to like physical ties and relationships.
Yes.
And in my PhD, I'm focusing on school children, so those aged between 11 and 19. And because I'm doing social network analysis, and I'm using there are two methods of social network analysis, egocentric and sociometric. Because I'm going with sociometric, which is a complete network data, I'm limiting it to the school friendships.
Okay.
So
there's some evidence in the UK.
Yeah.
Obesity is linked to the number of hours spent on social networks.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So,
social media and so, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And in the UK, the general question is, who's to blame for child obesity? Is it really McDonald's or is it Facebook?
Yeah, that's true. It's a good argument. It's something I'm planning to do in the future, is to look at social networks, and not just physical ties, but maybe even sort of electronic ties or something, like friendships over Facebook.
Thank you, Noor.
Welcome.
Okay, we'll take another question. Okay. ممكن ناخذها بعدين انت. Okay, please.
Okay, Dream again my question, because obesity very interesting. Why have you concentrated on obesity? Do you have any percentage of obese kids here in Bahrain, for example? How much percentage? Is it a problem that here you suffer from Sudan, we don't have obese kids at all?
You mean for me or for
Dream or obesity?
For obesity, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, actually, obesity is a problem in the Gulf. And
how much percentage be among the kids?
Well, the last time there was a news article about this, and in my samples, and I'm addressing children between 11 and 19, there's around, you could say, 30 to 40% are overweight and obese together. With adults, it's actually worse, because the percentage is up to 70% among Bahraini female women. There was an article published, a news article published in Bahrain, and it's more than men. For men, it's overweight and obesity is like 50%. So with women, the problem is worse among adults. Yeah.
I will take a question for other speaker than Noor. So who has a question for other speaker? Please go on.
For the first presentation, I like it, but I feel at the same time it's too broad in terms of the scope. The inclusion and exclusion criteria was not mentioned, especially that addicted people might suffer from chronic diseases, from lifestyle disturbances, from comorbidities. So in terms of your exclusion and inclusion criteria, how it was. My second question is for Noor, especially her topic is very valuable and relevant for public health. How are you going to serve the epidemiology sciences, especially it is the cornerstone of public health in Bahrain? Please.
Yeah. Our study it's not case study, it is literature review, it is overview. So we have no exclusion or inclusion criteria. We do only literature review.
Exclusion criteria for the studies themselves.
Sorry?
For the studies themselves,
Yeah,
how you exclude them and include them.
Yeah, we took all the medical nutrition therapy only, and the outcomes of these measurements only in MNT only, medical nutrition therapy for the patient. We exclude the physical activity, we exclude the psychological treatment, we exclude the medical treatment. We concentrate only on the role of the dietitian in managing, or medical nutrition therapy in managing addiction. I answered your question?
Still not clear, because each study might have a specific sample. Each sample might have specific characteristics.
Yeah.
So how you exclude them in terms of each sample of each study?
Yeah, we took all the samples, okay, by only measurements of the nutritional status assessment only. We took all the studies, concentrated only the nutritional status assessment of the addict people.
We have one more questions for Dr. Dalia, to be fair. So anyone who want to ask Dr. Dalia, otherwise I will ask. Okay, Anna, I will ask, to be fair. Your study says it's a preliminary data. And it's a very nice study. I looked at it. I have two issues here, two things I like to know from you. One is, which kind of occupations you could say is the worst when it comes to affecting the strength of the hand? And the second part of the question is, since it's preliminary, so what's next? Thank you. 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Professor Mukhtar. Regarding the occupation, as I said, it's sometimes positively impacted and sometimes negatively impacted. Regarding the negatively impacted occupation, especially the handheld tools occupations, that they are using tools, especially with vibration, so it affects the nervous system, circulatory system, and the muscular system. So by the end, they will have like overuse dystrophy or atrophy, a weakness of the muscles. That's why sometimes occupation is negatively impacted. Yes, the academic, it will not be affected like the people with handheld tools, but we should take care about using the keyboard because it's a cumulative trauma, and by the end, yes, it can cause, as he's doing like this, the carpal tunnel syndrome. Yes. Next part of your question, Professor Mukhtar, regarding, we mentioned in the title, it was a preliminary data. I was planning to say it in my presentation, but due to the time limit, actually we are conducting a larger scale study right now. It's a research collaboration between Ahliya University and another two respected institute here in Bahrain to collect normative data about the hand grab strengths for the young people between 11 to 19 years old, and actually tomorrow we are going for a next round of data collection. So we are planning to have at least a database or normative data for every Bahraini adult. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Upon this, I would like to close the sessions. Before that, I would like to thank my colleague, Dr. Rashida, for her, being the on the chair. At the same time, I think there is a lunch. Okay, thank you very much. تفضلي.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Professor Mukhtar for chairing the session, and thank you for the rest of our speakers. And now I would like to ask Professor Abdullah Al-Hawaj to please join the stage with Professor Alam Ahmed to give certificates of appreciation to our speakers. Starting with Dr. Nahla Khalifa. Miss Noura Sayed. Dr. Dalia Kamel. Miss Noura Sayed. Miss Helen Gilman, if she's available. Dr. Petro. Miss Amani Al-Abbas. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 30-minute lunch break. Thank you.
Sorry, I shouldn't be taken. Can I just say something, please? Could you please listen to me? This is the only time I use my chair power here. The Ahliya have organized an excellent tour for you, those particularly coming from outside Bahrain. The bus will be sharp 4 o'clock at the lobby. So 3:45, we should all be there. And importantly, when we finish here, to enjoy the tour, you need to go to your room, get any dressing which can, because you need a short sleeve, whatever it is. To get that done, you need to make your lunch very short. That means 15 to 20, maximum 25, finally 30 minutes. If you stay late, we will be late here and we will leave you. We will definitely leave you. 4 o'clock sharp, the bus will move. And we have a session here. So please go for your lunch, but please come back as soon as possible. Dinner is...
Our next speaker is Professor Shawqi Dallal. His talk is titled The Role of Education and Culture in Bridging the Digital Gap, A Journey to the Future. Professor Shawqi, please take the floor.
No, I have to take it. Yes. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I don't know how much time I have. Maybe 15 minutes. So I have to go very fast. The role of education and culture in bridging the digital gap, a journey to the future. So this is a journey to the future. Now, what is the role of educational system in creating knowledge? I think this simple caricature will give you an idea of what is the role of education system in creating knowledge. Now, the outline of my talk is the educational and cultural challenges facing developing countries in general and the Arab world in particular. Emphasis will be on the role of education and cultural issues in achieving the transformation to a knowledge economy system, and then bridging the digital gap. So in fact, let us see the role of education system in creating knowledge. We can see that the main ingredient of creating knowledge is research. And research is only supported by a well-established educational system. There are other contributions to knowledge, of course, such as trade, collaboration, technology transfer, but at the end, it is the education system which feeds the research quality that produces knowledge. Now here I will stop a little bit. I have two racing cars. The first one represents developed countries. The other is developing countries, and we can see the gap. If we look at this simple picture, we can realize that this gap will never be bridged. Now, how we can do this? We go back to history. After World War II, we have in the racing car in front, we have United States, Europe, Russia, only. If we go back to the early 60s and 70s, we have Korea starting up, and we have also China. Mid-70s, I will quote one of the journalists who visited China at that time, and he wrote a book. The title of the book, Quand la Chine réveillera, le monde tremblera. When China wake up, the world will be shaking. And that's what happens. So in fact, China make a big leap starting the 70s, and now it is joining the racing car. Other countries, they have contributions. I'll give you many examples. Of course, there's the example of Korea, and there's an example that I think little of you know about, is Pakistan. Pakistan started a project, a nuclear bomb, in late 70s, and they realized it. in early 90s. How was that? I was following this particular example, and I discovered it was education. Also, the leap of China is basically because of education. So in fact, education is a determining factor to bridging the gap between developing and developed countries. In the Arab world, we have one simple example, but it was a failure. It was the example of Iraq in the late 80s, but this example was failed because of political reasons. So in fact, what is important is not knowledge. Anybody can acquire knowledge. That is not enough. What is required is to create knowledge. And to create knowledge, education is the basis of creating knowledge. A lot of people talk about knowledge, but knowledge alone is available to everybody. That will not make you move ahead. What makes you move ahead is to create a new knowledge. Now, if we go to building capacity for knowledge economy, I have 4 important elements: highly skilled workforce, a national innovation system, sound ICT infrastructure, efficient institutional regime, and I can say all these 4 factors belongs to education. It is only education that can provide these 4 elements. Now, challenges facing the education system in the Arab world. We know that higher education started in the Arab world at the beginning of the last century. We have the University of Cairo, we have the University of Damascus. Later on, they are joined by the University of Baghdad. And to what extent these universities were successful in creating knowledge? The problem is that these universities, or the university in the Arab world, are rendered to institutions that focuses on producing graduates with the aim of satisfying the job market, rather than being armed with crucial skills and crucial thinking, critical thinking. The failure of the education system in the Arab world adhere to disciplines such as academic freedom, the absence of academic freedom, the inadequate research organization, and the bad structuring of the educational programs, and also the absence of a futuristic vision. One important point here for creating knowledge. I'm always emphasizing that language is the key factor that determines how we create knowledge. You cannot create knowledge with a language which is not yours. All countries who contributed to the actual knowledge in the world, they created knowledge with their own language. Americans, they use their own language. Russian, they are using their own language. China, they are using Chinese. Wherever you go, Korea, they are using Korean language. Sweden, they are using Swedish language, etc. German language, French language, Arab, English language, which is very, shall I say, very strange. So in fact, knowledge, I think you can create knowledge only with your language. We have one successful example in the Arab world. It is Syria. Syria started or they developed their BSc programs in all disciplines: engineering, medicine, everything in Arabic. And you might say, oh, in Arabic, and what is the result? We have few of the most successful graduates from Damascus here in Bahrain in medicine and engineering. So in fact, with your own language, you can produce knowledge. Now, research infrastructure in the Arab world, I'm taking two examples. I'm taking an example in Egypt and another example in Tunisia. The example in Egypt, usually the research centers belongs either to ministries or to universities. In Egypt, we have 219 research centers under the auspices of ministries, and 214 belongs to universities. In Tunisia, we have 33 research centers comprising 139 laboratories and 634 branch research units. But it is not the quantity. You can see these numbers. It is not this that produce the knowledge. To produce knowledge, there is something embedded. It is more important than the number of centers and the number of laboratories. Now, I will just outline some of the challenges facing the Arab world in the coming few decades. Bridging the digital gap requires, first, establishment of a sounding educational system, development of advanced research structure, and other challenges include energy sources for the future, water management, transportation system, emerging technologies shaping the future of the human race. And I will choose among these two disciplines that I will talk about. The first one is energy resources for the future and emerging technologies shaping the future of the human race. These are examples of how Western countries are trying to solve problems. When they try to solve a problem, such as a problem of energy, they don't think about tomorrow. They think at least, say, 1 century in advance. I have here two examples. In the 60s, they think, okay, the best way to produce energy is to mimic what is happening in the sun, at the interior of the sun. What is happening at the interior of the sun is the fusion of hydrogen to produce energy. So all the solar energy you are having is coming from this fusion. So the question was, why we don't do this on Earth? So there was two projects, one Russian and the other is American. Russian, they created or they manufactured a device called tokamak. Tokamak is a device that can support millions of degrees of centigrade of temperature. And laser fusion is another approach to this fusion. Now, these programs started at the early 70s with the objective that this will be commercialized at the year 250. So you can see 80 years in advance. We are starting now, and we are expecting that this program will be commercialized in the year 2050. Other projects, bigger projects, is a project by China. It is just to produce solar energy, but instead of having panels on Earth, we can have panels in space and send the energy from space by microwave back to Earth. Now, this project started 2011 and comprises 4 stages. The final stage will be in the year 2050. Again, we are thinking 40 years in advance to build up a project.
You have 2
Unfortunately,
minutes.
this culture, we don't have it here on Earth. Oh,
Rock,
sorry,
you
in
have
the
just
Arab
3
world.
minutes more. Here. 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. I hope I will finish in 3 minutes. Another important project is called the Space Elevator. Space Elevator, it has many applications. One of the applications is to have solar cells along. So you have something going up to the sky, up to 36,000 kilometers, and on this line, you have what we call solar panels. So you have solar panels extending to about 36,000 kilometers above Earth. This is one of the projects. This project started already in many countries, European, American countries, and Japanese also are there. And they are holding a conference about this project every year. There is other sources of energy that we know theoretically, but we are not at the stage now to use them. Something we call free energy. In fact, empty space that we call it empty space is full of energy. And this is what physics tells us. It belongs to quantum fluctuation in vacuum. And this quantum fluctuation produces a huge amount of energy. The question is how to extract this energy. There is a patent, for example, by India, patent done in India, how to extract this free energy with an efficiency exceeding a few 100%. Now, if we look at the future also, we have nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is an emerging technology that will shape science in the coming 20 years. In the coming 20 years, you have your cars, your mobile, your TV, your computer, all based on nanotechnology, even your energy resources. So in fact, this is a growing field of advanced sciences.
Your comments, please.
Yes, and as a conclusion, I can say education system is a key factor in determining the future of developing countries. Knowledge creation can only be achieved through a thriving and resourceful educational systems. Language plays a decisive role in knowledge creation. Transfer of technology is an efficient road to reduce the digital gap. Innovation and research are key factors in shaping our future and bridging the digital gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dalal. I think we leave questions at the end of the session. Now we move to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Dr. Rashida Abusin. Her talk is titled Influence of Chlorosulfuron and 2,4-D on Management of Striga hermonothica on sorghum.
Assalamu alaikum. I will take you to agriculture. I'm going to present a paper entitled Influence of Chlorosulfuron and 2,4-D on Management of Striga hermonothica in Sudan. I will go through the basic premise, the problem, objectives, methodology, results, and conclusion. This investigation was done to see the effects of the herbicides and herbicide combinations on the growth and yield of Wad Ahmed variety, which is a local sorghum variety in Sudan. As you all know, that sorghum is the 5th major cereal crop in the world, and in sub-Saharan Africa, it is the important cereal food crop. But in Sudan, it is the most important one in tonnage, acreage, and utilization. It is cultivated all over the rain-fed areas in a bulk of the country, and the grains are used for consumption, and the leaves and stems are used as forage and as building, and also they are used as fuel for cooking. There are many factors. Some of them are biotic, and the others are abiotic. They constrain the production of sorghum in most African countries, and especially in Sudan. One of these most important biotic factors are called striga. Striga in Sudan is called locally Buddha. The Sudanian will know that. Yeah. This parasite is a poor farmer's problem, and it caused a total crop loss, and also it destroyed the yield of sorghum, and it prevails where hunger prevails. Unfortunately, it is a poor farmer's problem. In Sudan, the total area, which is heavily infested with striga, is about 20% of the total area under sorghum. This map shows the distribution of striga all over Africa, and unfortunately, Sudan is one of the heavily infested countries. This slide shows you a comparison between the seeds of striga, and maize seeds and sorghum seeds. The black and dusty and very small one are the seeds of striga. If you compare between the size of maize, which is infested with striga, there is a big difference between the seeds. Striga is very difficult to be controlled because the seeds are very minute, and they are large in number, and they stay in the soil for more than 20 years. They are, or they will be viable in the soil for more than 20 years. Because of that, the control is so difficult. And it needs a special requires for germination. Striga needs germination stimulant, which is stimulated by the host, whether it is a sorghum or a maize. What you see now is called the hystorium, which is generated by the parasite, and this organ is attached to the host, and it acts as a bridge between the host and the parasite, and then the parasite begins to suck and absorb the water, the nutrients, and the photosynthetic materials of sorghum. This image shows the relationship between the roots of the parasite, which is conjected to the roots of sorghum, and then the absorption of the nutrients begin under the soil surface. After that, some symptoms appear in sorghum, like stunting, wilting, chlorosis, and reduction of a root-to-shoot ratio. This is the life cycle of Striga hermonsica. It begins with the seeds, and then attached to the crop, then penetration, and after that, flowering of striga, and then threshing of huge number of seeds. Now we come to the methodology. This experiment was conducted at Sinnar area, which is 296 kilometers away from Khartoum. At that area, there is a bulk or huge of striga damaging the crop for the poor farmers. The experimental area was disc plowed and harrowed and leveled and then rigid. And as I have said before, the sorghum cultivar variety, Wad Ahmad, was sown. All these are the cultural practices. Have to go. We have two herbicides which are called chlorsulfuron and 2,4-D. Chlorsulfuron was added with 3 rates, and 2,4-D was added also with 3 different 3 rates, and the combination between 2,4-D and chlorsulfuron was also applied. An untreated control was included for comparison, and the supplementary irrigation was applied when necessary, but the whole period the experiment was irrigated with rain. This is the sorghum variety of Ahmad at an early stage. The treatments were arranged in a completely randomized block design with 4 replicates. This is advanced stage. My colleagues and me, we are counting striga, advanced stage of sorghum. Here, I'm preparing the herbicides in order to be applied to control striga. Also, preparation of the herbicides, application of the herbicide. Some measurements are done, for example, counting of striga and sorghum height, yield. The data were analyzed using GenStat and also using SAS version 9.1, and Duncan multiple range test was done for the means. Now we came to the findings. The herbicide chlorsulfuron in relation to the untreated control was highly significant in affecting and suppressing striga. You see, the untreated control resulted in 25 plants per meter square. However, chlorsulfuron resulted only on 2 to 4 plants per meter square. But 2,4-D was less in its effective, and the combination between chlorsulfuron and 2,4-D is also less than the results of chlorsulfuron irrespective of rate. For sorghum height, at 45 days, there is a significant difference between the means of chlorsulfuron data, and there is a moderate change in 2,4-D and the mixture between 2,4-D and chlorsulfuron. The table shows the effect of chlorsulfuron and 2,4-D and their tank mixtures on grain yield. It is clearly obvious that chlorsulfuron at the different rates resulted in the highest grain yield of sorghum. However, that is followed by the combination or the mixture of 2,4-D and chlorsulfuron. After that came the 2,4-D alone. In conclusion, 1 minute, okay. We can say that the packages of practices comprising Wad Ahmad variety together with chlorsulfuron would appear to provide an excellent solution for the problem in irrigated and high rain-fed areas. And chlorsulfuron is much more better than 2,4-D and much more better than the combination between 2,4-D and chlorsulfuron. Here are some photos which are taken during the study. This beautiful and pink flowers are striga. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rashida. Our next speaker is Professor Al-Sadiq Musa Ahmed. His talk is titled Bioeconomy and its Connection to the Knowledge-Based Economy. Professor Al-Sadiq, please take the floor.
So where is my paper? This is the bioeconomy. Which one it was, Doctor? Bioeconomy. I cannot see this. It's a bioeconomy one. A solid bioeconomy here. Here. Yes. Because this is some money, you know. No, not this. Bioeconomy. Yeah, this number 3. No. Not this. Can you see a solid bioeconomy?
Yeah, get it from your email. Yeah, Farah, can you take questions while the take questions for the students?
We thank Professor Shoghi and Dr. Rashida for that presentation. We moved through a journey from bridging the gap in education between developing and developed countries, and Dr. Rashida in managing one of the most important weeds in Sudan, that is Striga hermontica, what is called Buddha, and affected sorghum, one of the most important cereals crop in Sudan. And we open the floor for questions. One question for Professor Shoghi and one question for Dr. Rashida. Any questions? Please, please.
Okay. Now I have one question for Dr. Rashid and one question for Professor Shoghi.
So you took the 2 chances, yeah, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Now for Dr. Rashid, Sudan is very well known for its agricultural resources. Everybody. And when you read about Sudan, you read about the Nile and you read about the potential that Sudan has, in particular in the field of agriculture. Now your also paper, it is about agriculture and about the potential that Sudan may have to produce at least food. In other countries, if you look back at the last even 200 years history, they even converted the desert into some kind of a fertile land. And here you have a Sudan, a country with so much potential of water and everything that you need. But Sudan failed miserably to produce basically and to utilize these resources. So if you can tell me, for example, why Sudan has not been able to manage its own resources, its own, let's say, agriculture sector? I mean, is there any reason? Is it the government bad? Are the people, are the farmers? Is the system not working? What is it?
Would you please silent, please? You are listening to the question, please. Professor Warsam Abdel Gadir, Dr. Abdel Gadir, Dr. Abdel Gadir, would you kindly please silent? You are listening to the question.
Really, you ask a big question, and the first factor is governmental and political. The political have no idea about the ABC of the country. The priorities, they don't, they don't take the priorities. They go to gold and to petrol, where agriculture is at hand. And they neglect agriculture. The second thing is that the right person in Sudan is not in the right place. The right person is not in the right place. So many decision makers are not right. There are some who are much clever than them and much better than them, and they are away from.
What is the name of that one?
My
presentation.
Yeah. Can I add to what Dr. Shida has mentioned? I think yesterday I discussed this issue during my presentation that they changed the priority from agriculture from 1970s and 80s. We used to import most vegetables to Arab countries, and now we import from other Arab, from Saudi, from Qatar, from this, even vegetables. Also, the problem with investing in land is expensive because we have left only with arid and semi-arid and not fertile soil after separation of southern part. The northern part is not fertile. The soil needs money and very costly to for one faddan. It costs about 200,000 Sudanese pound to be invested to prepare water for irrigation, for management practices, for fertilization, to increase soil quality like that. So they just dropped that and went to the easiest way, to oil industry and to mining of gold. The problem is that all this belongs to other private companies. Most of them are not Sudanese. So this is the problem, yeah.
But if you have a top management of a society, now agriculture, of course, is concerned every single individual. You have to eat at the end of the day to survive.
Yes.
You see, oil may, I mean, you look, oil has been disaster for many countries. You see, and we can learn lesson from at least other countries in order to manage the resources.
This is like this.
The future of the Sudan is basically linked to the land, to the agricultural resources, to the utilizations of water, and to try basically to build development on the basis of the resources that you have. Yes. And now you can only serve yourself, but all the Arab countries today, they need the agriculture more than they need the oil. You see, we simply mean that you cannot drink the oil, but if you don't drink water, the next day you will perish. So that's why. So the failure is a disaster in Sudan, seems to me, and is not basically, let's say, taken into consideration, let's say, how to manage the resources in the country.
It's okay. Then your second question?
Huh?
Your second question. Yeah, you stop? It's okay?
Can you start now?
Now.
Okay.
Start.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. I'm very sorry for this technical problem. It is giving me the great pleasure to be with you here. I'm going to talk about bioeconomy and its connection to the knowledge economy. As you know, this is the history of economic evolution since the human being. The human start with primitive economy, which was based on hunting animal and gathering the food. And the revolution at that time, skills of people how to gather the food and how to hunt the animals, introduce agricultural revolution or agricultural economy, and then people cultivate and the knowledge developed during the agricultural revolution, and the supply the supply of food available introduced through the knowledge industrial economy or industrial revolution, which took place in Great Britain in 17th and 18th century, then it spread to the world. And the knowledge developed during the industrial revolution introduced information economy. At that time, the information economy, the communication tools were fixed line and only telex and fax and so on. By 2000, people, they have new economy, which is emerged based on information and communication technology, ICT, which is provided huge hardware and software that you are using now in your technology, and this is facilitates the economic activity. Then people used to know now something called knowledge economy is based on ICT. By 2012, American, US introduced the blueprint of bioeconomy, which is the economy is based on biotechnology activity. If you look to Latin America, they only talk about the biofuel as the paper presented with the last speaker. But actually, the bioeconomy is not only limited to the biofuel, it is wider than this. Actually, all the biotechnology activities included in the new economy, which is bioeconomy. Then the knowledge economy simply is using knowledge to create wealth. And you can see there are very poor countries who have no resources. They are the richest country. Japan is a divided country, has no resources, and the richest use the education and then produce the technology. Singapore, for example, is a very poor country in resources, but they use the knowledge also to generate the wealth. South Korea and European lagging behind in this actually new revolution of knowledge economy. So the bioeconomy actually is a production of white production based on biotechnology contribution. There are many concerns about bioeconomy, from environment to research and development, collaboration of private and public sector, and everything is centered on invention and innovation. As the first presenter talked about, the knowledge is not knowledge itself, but how we use the knowledge to invent and innovate, and we create new technology or at least new process to add value to the product. This is all about knowledge economy and bioeconomy. But the dangerous part of the knowledge economy is based on new technology, including human. Even the genetically modified food is based on knowledge economy. In this regard, we have to develop a regulatory framework to control the economic activities based on bioeconomy. Otherwise, we will face many problems we are not able to solve. So every country has its own regulatory framework, and the countries who thought about regulatory framework of bioeconomy mainly in Latin America, Europe, and America. So a strong regulatory framework should be developed to facilitate the activities of bioeconomy. The whole issue is productivity. Productivity will make the difference. And productivity has two dimensions. Productivity driven, which is based on technological progress that we have seen in the countries that who are progressing and generating a lot of wealth based on the quality of inputs, which is based on the quality of technology and the quality of human capital. And the countries who only combine their resources and produce output, we call this input driven. And the good example is the late Soviet Union. Why the Soviet Union collapsed in 1990s? Because it was based on input driven. They brought many countries with different resources, either human resources or natural resources. They built very good industrialization, but unfortunately, after they exhausted the resources, they are not able to progress. Here, productivity driven is very important for any sustainable development. This is the technological part of sustainable development. We have to progress over time in order to have sustained development or sustainable development. And the main issue of productivity is something called total factor productivity, which is the combined contribution of the quality of inputs. It's not the input, it's the quality of input will make the difference. Quality of capital, quality of human capital, quality of material will make the difference. If we look to the countries who progress, they progress based on the quality of inputs, which is driven the economy through productivity, and this is based on invention and innovation. So we have reviewed all the studies applied to bioeconomy around the globe. We fill the gap by developing 3 variation models of productivity: output model, labor productivity, and capital productivity. All the proof and the explanation of the model in the paper, in the proceeding. Because of the time limit, we are not able to show here. Please refer to the paper, and then you will find all the details. And this is a conceptual paper. It's going to be applied in the future using data, and then we come with empirical findings in the future. So the main findings: bioeconomy is a new stream of knowledge-based economy that exists in the new era of information and communication technology. But the bioeconomy is limited not only to ICT or human capital, it has a dimension of biotechnology activities. And it should be noticed that the bioeconomy refers to the production of wide range of goods and services. It's not limited to biofuel only, as we see in the case of Latin America and other countries. A range of products and services based on biotechnology should be included in the bioeconomy. And the trend is new, as I have mentioned before. Even the America just introduced their blueprint in 2012. They just put the plan how to develop their economy into bioeconomy, and the rest of the countries still not even think about it. So, as I have mentioned before, Latin America only limited the biofuel in as activity of bioeconomy, but America is going to is planned to have a range of products based on biotechnology activities. So the main concern of developing bioeconomy is the environmental damage. Actually, before we plan for any product, we have to have environmental impact assessment. And this should be compulsory for every country. We have to assess the impact of the project. And unfortunately, the bioeconomy is not friendly with the environment. So we have to have strong regulations, and we have to have strong legal system, and we have to have good study to achieve green productivity, to ensure the right of next generation to enjoy same standard of living or better. So it should be regulation to protect them from the environmental impact assessment to every regulation of undesirable output produced by bioeconomy. So the bioeconomy center also on research and development. a smart partnership and collaboration across different sectors, and also the smart partnership between the private and public sectors within the same country and between other countries. Actually, through globalization, you know, the multinational companies are investing everywhere. So the collaboration in terms of research and development, a smart partnership between the private and public sectors within the country and between other countries is very important to progress the development of bioeconomy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sadiq. Any question? Okay, please.
Let me ask Dr. Sadiq first. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. But the thing that I did not understand is the relationship between the bioeconomy and the knowledge economy. Now, the knowledge economy, it's about ideas, you see? And ideas basically come from the mind of the people. So as long as we exist, then the knowledge economy can be sustainable all the time because the ideas are there. But the bioeconomy comes from agriculture. How it is possible for the bioeconomy can be sustainable during a drought, for example, where there is no agriculture? You see, that is one dimension of that.
Okay.
Now, the other thing, of course, it was interesting when you started with the primitive economy compared to the information or knowledge economy. Many countries around the world, they're still primitive today. I mean, if you look at many countries in Africa, we just talked about Sudan, for example, when it comes to agriculture. And if you compare that sector, for example, with the advanced agriculture sector in Europe or in the United States, the agriculture sector in Sudan probably still in the, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 years back. Is it the same way that will be able to? So this knowledge economy and bioeconomy, I don't know how you are going basically to reconcile both of them to try to, let's say, have this new bioeconomy.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Amir. Actually, he's the father of the knowledge economy. And then my fate is to reply to you. Anyhow, yes, actually, the knowledge economy, as you have mentioned, is based in invention and innovation.
That's right.
Exactly. And this is based on two factors, which is the human capital, the human skills, and also the digital capital, which is the digital technology. This is the knowledge economy. Actually,
the digital technology is a tool.
Yeah, it's a tool.
Yeah.
So plus this, we have biotechnology activities, which is mainly understood should be in agriculture. As in Latin America, if you go to Latin America, actually, people talk about biofuel only. But actually, the bioeconomy is extension of knowledge economy plus the activities of biotechnology in wide range. It's not only, bioeconomy is not only for biofuel. Bioeconomy is for everything, is including, even in the medicine is including. If you want to have any new drugs, and you have to have biotechnology discovery for the new drugs and everything. If you want to go for industry, you have to have biotechnology. If you want to go to everything. So the bioeconomy is a branch of knowledge economy, and specifically based on biotechnology activities, which is wider than biofuels that we have seen in agricultural activities. Is a green economy considered green economy is we consider the environmental factor. Actually, when we talk about green economy, we have you ask about it? No. Then the second question about why are some countries still primitive? Why there are some countries still are primitive? They are still in agricultural stage. The problem is these countries they need to use the knowledge even to improve the agricultural activities, and the product of agricultural activities can be served as a sector of the economy. So the lack is lack of knowledge, lack of human skills. So these countries, they need to have good plans, to have good institutions, then they will move from being still primitive to advanced stage if they plan well. I answer all your question?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Please, Dr. Warsam.
Dr. Osama, please, very precise. Time is short now. It's 10 past 4 and we should leave at 4.
Here in Bahrain, we have this as part of the banking system to go for green finance, so as to minimize the dangers for the environment that would be affected by the bioeconomy.
Okay, so thank you. Now, thank you, Mr. Speakers. And now we close the session. No, time is short.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the chair of the session and the speaker. With this, we end our conference for today. Thank you so much for your attendance and participation. See you tomorrow.